Welcome to the Laser Eye Centre Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion Falls. We're here at the Palace at Royal Oak Bowls, and with me in the commentary today is Peter Thorne. Peter, we've got a women's game to tease the viewers with this morning. Tell us a little bit about these two teams.
Oh, they've come through the qualifying rounds at the moment. The girls from the North Harbour at the moment. They're going to be the spoilers here for the team from up Kingston, up Northland. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be in for a good game here. What's going to tend to happen here? It's going to be dominated a bit up in the front here with the girls playing, and we just got to wait and see. It didn't start off the best, but I'm sure that they'll find their length that require.
So playing right out in front of us here at Royal Oak, the Bowls Kensington team are the defending champions in this Champion of Champion Falls event. A very experienced side. Diane Strawbridge is the skip, Dawn Owens, Janice Little and Barb Hopper, and we'll get that name corrected on the graphics. And the Mairangi Bay team skipped by Gay Horn. And with Gay, she has Judy Farcash, Glenda Roundtree, and Rosemary Nicol is the lead. And Rosemary just delivered her first bowl there, the orange bowl. You'll see that the North Harbour, the Mairangi Bay team from the North Harbour Centre are playing with red disc bowls, and the Bowls Kensington team from the Northland Centre are playing with the blue disc bowls. And here's Barb Hopper with her first bowl. A little surprising to see the defending champions, Peter, having to win this game to actually qualify. Shows you the high quality field that has assembled for this Laser Eye Centre event.
Yes, this tends to happen in the champ events. What tends to happen is with you're playing the best of every centre, and what tends to eventuate here is you really don't know some of the other opponents you are playing against over the 2-day event, well, possibly the 3-day event as well, if they're still there. And they're all worthy contenders of being in their representing their centre at the moment.
Barb with her second bowl on this first end. I talked to Gay Horn just before this game started. Gay Horn, of course, a former New Zealand Commonwealth Games representative at fencing. Mm-hmm. She won 2 bronze medals at the 1966 Commonwealth Games in Jamaica, and then was unmedalled at the Commonwealth Games in Edinburgh. But I talked to Gay, and their first 2 games they had to play the Nelson team in the first game, which of course features Joe Edwards and Val Smith, and in their second game I think played the Waikato team, which again is star-studded, including New Zealand squad member Debbie White. So just got off to a bad start, and that can often happen in this kind of competition. But Gay's a real competitor, and she said to me, we're out there now to spoil things for Northland, as you rightly said, and I expect this will be a very, very good game as Janice Little plays her first bowl for the Northland team.
Yeah. So it's starting off a good length at the moment. That's a good bowl. Hopefully, I thought it was going to be a good bowl if it hung up, but at the moment, they're just trying to find their weight. And I feel in the game of falls, it's 2 each way, and then they'll start settling into their game. That's basically 1 each way up, and then they'll find a length they like. And it just seems that they like this longer length at the moment.
Glenda Roundtree with her second bowl. Glenda was the North Harbour Junior Player of the Year and Junior Women's Player of the Year this year. She's featured in a number of things as runner-up in the Bowls 3-5 event. But the North Harbour Mairangi Bay team are up against a very experienced Northland side. A number of these players have featured in our YouTube coverage in the past, playing inter-centre, inter-club and Champion of Champions events, including the final of this last year. So Judy Farcash now. Judy is playing number 3 for the Mairangi Bay team. Had a pretty good season last year. Her and her partner Keiko Kurahara. Judy's a dual member at Mairangi Bay and at Takapuna. They were runner-up in the Birkenhead pairs, and that shows Judy's form. Really good bowl, picks up the jack and trails it just back to Rosemary Nichols' first bowl, and so it's North Harbour, the Mairangi Bay team, holding 2 in this Laser Eye Centre event.
You'll see there, Judy. She's actually played with the Arrows, which on this type of surface, but it's a smaller bowl, so she'll get a bit of a turn on that. But most of the girls are all using the XGs at the moment, so size 2s and that. There's a good bowl coming in here.
Yeah,
Stays on board.
Yeah, Dawn Owen's a very good player. Skipped the Northland 4 in their team that was runner-up in the Inter-Centre last year and last season at the Nainai, and she skipped the 4s because Diane Strawbridge, who skipped today, was playing singles for Northland. So they're very experienced players.
There's another good bowl coming home here if she weathers that front one.
Just going to get past, just gets.
She had a good line.
Tightens the shot up a little bit. I see Diane having a bit of a look.
Oh, she might have to change her hand here, mate.
Yeah, so just looking for a good second.
Yeah. It's a very deliberate delivery there off the knee there.
Yeah. Often ends up on the knee. I watched a fair bit of.
She gets a little slide here, but the weight would have been good, even though she got the slide. It would have been a good bowl.
Now, Diane Strawbridge, keen viewers will have seen her recently at the Australian Open, where she was runner-up on an extra end in the Women's Masters pairs, and Diane's been one of the most consistent players around New Zealand for a long period of time, and is well known for playing the saxophone. But she won't get an opportunity to do that today. But I imagine we'll see some really good bowls from these two skips. Gay Horn hasn't been playing the game a particularly long time, less than 10 years, but she's already built up a very good record in North Harbour, and I guess with her former involvement in fencing, she's a very competitive player and person. So she won't be daunted by the fact that she's playing this top Northland team. In fact, she'll view it as a challenge. Yeah, and that's a great opening bowl from Gay.
Yeah, that's pretty close to a couple there, I'd say.
Yeah, and that I think they're holding 3. That's Lorraine Nichols' bowl on the left.
Is that red, I think?
Yeah. So Diane Strawbridge just playing up with a bit of weight, gets her own bowl, but just pushes it through the head. So still 3 to North Harbour here. 1 each from Judy Farkash, Gay Horn and Rosemary Nichol.
I think that's the right shot Diane's trying to play. First in there, just trying to play right through onto the bowl, set the bowl or the kitty there. And then even if it goes into the ditch, it's fine. At least she's up.
Yeah, Diane tends to play pretty.
She's an aggressive woman. Yeah,
she is. And here's another good bowl. Well played by Gay. So that's 4 probably.
Oh, she might try and draw to save here, I think, mate.
Yeah, could do.
Oh, you don't want to be dropping 4s on the first end. Hopefully she's up. That's all.
Yeah, just coming down, looking to obviously get a sit. Close here.
She's got something. Could be a great bowl after that last shot there, mate. She's got the kitty here.
Oh, well played.
4 down to maybe 1 up. I'm not too sure that back bowl comes into contention there. So it's a toucher. So might be 1 or 2 there, mate.
Yeah, I think that was definitely their their bowl. Yeah. So 1, and now they'll measure between that Diane's bowl and.
Yes, you've got to see that front one up there by a foot.
Yep. Yeah, it's 2.
Well, that's a huge turnaround from 4 down to 2 up. That's a big difference of looking down the barrel on your first end, 4 down on the head, and she played that to perfection, really.
Yeah, just good weight, wasn't it, Peter?
Oh, good controlled weight, and it's playing into the bowl without being stupid, and then she could have dropped a big bundle there.
So. Barb Hopper with the jack on this second end.
Yes. Yeah, old Barb, she's using the XGs, so size 2, so they're all got those out there at the moment. As you know, Brett, I'm involved a bit with the club here myself, and I was using the heavier dynamics, and I just found they weren't just turning as much as the XGs out here, so I've seen a lot of the players over the last few weeks on carpet around the place. They all tend to be carrying a few extra bowls.
Yeah, I think we've seen that over a period of time on the artificial surfaces. A turning bowl is a better bowl.
Yeah.
It just gives you a little bit higher percentages with your play, and
it's got a good free running onto it, where the narrower ones where they're just holding their line a bit more.
so good bowl there from Rosemary Nickel, just finishing jack high, and that'll be the shot as Barb Hopper changes her hand and looking to come down and see if she can draw the shot. But again, she's short, probably about the same kind of speed as her first. It'll get up for shot, but still plenty of room in there. Most of these players from Wairangi Bay have been playing for less than 10 years. In fact, I think all of them are relatively new players, so they definitely don't have the experience of the Kensington team, but they've been pretty successful in their own right in North Harbour and other events over the last couple of seasons. So they'll be consistent, and all of them have been good sports people in other sports. So they're not daunted by this experience.
It was good to see there that they didn't play a long end coming down after that last length there, where they were looking down like 4. The skips being Diane's pretty well clued up. She just played a medium length to a 3/4 here, so they're just adapting to that as well. And as I said, it takes 4 ends when you're starting off something fresh, and I just feel that that was a good ploy by not just letting you skip, just throw the kitty where they wanted. The lead, letting them just play where they wanted.
That's a good bowl from Glenda Roundtree, just finishing behind. Kensington still holding, but the Wairangi team building up a nice little collection of catches there. Just behind, reminding people that Wairangi with the red disc bowls, and it's Kensington with the blue disc bowls, the blue of Northland. And Janice Little again, pretty close with her second bowl. She just tips them up, so tightens the head up a little bit, but still plenty of room in there, really.
They're finding their green. It's just a little bit of their weight, and it's only the second end there, matey, so they'll adapt to it. They only need to put another metre on that, and she'll be right on the jack. Maybe a tad wide on that particular one.
Yep, that was the one that got away. Just again, good speed, but just pushed it a bit wide. So, and as you can see, that turn that you talked about, Peter, even though it looked pretty wide, she only really ended up about a metre wide.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of late finish.
You'll find once they start getting on that bank hand, we call it the bank hand there, that we call ditch hand. You'll find that that's got a good draw as well coming down here. You'll see that there, if they're that will actually, well, just a little bit heavy, but they come home quite well. You'll see a late finish here.
Yeah, and I think Diane Strawbridge won't be too bothered about that. I mean, it covers those catches.
Yeah.
Though I see Gay Horn bringing Judy Farcash over to that side as well. I mean, they've got catches on both sides of the rink. So Judy with her first bowl of the second end.
Yeah, there's no problem. If she plays the shot before us, just a bit of weight on that. But that's the idea. Just move the kitty over the jack over to those 2 bowls there, sitting at say 6, 7 o'clock.
Yep, just a little heavy with that bowl, and you can see Diane again, just wanting Dawn Owens to come down that side and just match those bowls. This one looks a bit closer, Peter.
Yeah, that's it, and they'll come home. Just depends on weight. You see the turn now? It's just more the weight than anything. Oh, she slipped in for another one.
Well, that's ended up in a really good home because it really shuts that hand off now from a jack trail. So Judy Farkash being directed by Gayhorn to come over and play the forehand side.
Yeah, she's only really got the dead draw now, but before it was like as long as you're up, you're going to trail it or something. Now it's just, you've just got to try and play the perfect shot. And she's on a good line. Depends on weight, of course.
Yep, speed is a little quick again.
Yeah.
Just going to slide by.
Not
but
by
again,
much. Good home.
yeah, another good catcher there.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Diane just plays that same hand and just tries not to fatten it up too much. Just try and use that jack level bowl there of the orange bowl, we could say. That's sitting at about 3 o'clock.
So Diane just started so well in this game.
Oh, she's got the experience. I actually saw her down in the intercentre, and she was playing the singles for them, and she was just incredible there.
Yeah, she played very, very well right through that that whole intercentre competition, and you can see here just sliding in there. That's a really good bowl. Just going to sit on that catcher of North Harbour's. Shot's still there for Gayhorn to play, but without a big return now. So I think she'll be just trying to draw this.
Oh, it's the only shot really. It's can't do much more. Just if you do feel short, you know you're going to correct. That's just that different length there where they were coming home. The weight was good. Just a little bit wide. That was all. Still come home a bit of running.
So I think it could be Northland holding 3 or 4 here, Peter, because I think at least 3 of those bowls at the front count. And Diane Strawbridge turned back, I think, the nearest Moringi Bay bowls. So
it's a big bowl, and she's playing sensible by not trying to, like even with the first one, with fatting it. And she only got to beat that, as I said, beat the orange bowl as the viewers could see, and that will come home from here and could be the shot.
Yep, she's played this well.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, just turns that up. So
yeah, she needs to just come inside her own bowl now.
I'm going to call. I think it's Northland holding at least 4 here as Gayhorn plays her last bowl. She's on a better line, but just not sure she might be a bit quick. Yeah. We're slightly obscured by the players, unfortunately, but
a little bit wide more.
Yeah, just got wide, and so out will come the measure. What have we got? So Judy Farkash is having a look around and seeing where's our closest. So out comes 1, out comes 2.
It'd be that front one, I'd say.
Yep. I think at least one of those front bowls. So now they've just got to try and work out which is the closest North Harbour bowl. So I think you'll see Judy Farkash measure. Oh no, it's going to be Dawn Owens is going to do the business.
Yeah, well, that's right, because she's claiming the shot.
Yep,
so
that's the way it should be.
If she's claiming the shot, she needs to get down and without any disrespect, that's her job is to, as a measurer, it's actually called. So she needs to get down. This be measuring that orange bowl to see which is the closest.
So the orange one's the closest.
Yeah, and then.
So let's have a look. So 2 out already.
Yeah, this will be
that's
3.
3.
That's 3.
Okay.
And what about that front one?
Okay, they're still.
It is, that front one looks pretty close to you.
Yep, they're going to kick those out the way. So it's 3 out so far.
Yeah. Be pretty close for that one.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah,
that's
4.
4.
Yeah, that's
4
the one I thought.
Yep, so.
Yeah, and Diane played that head very clever by just putting her teammate on the same hand so she wouldn't fatten it up there, because once you've got bowls to sit on, they hurt, especially got a bit of weight, you play into things. And she could have gone 1 down, 2 down again like the last previous end. But they seem to, they've come out of the blocks pretty quick, really. I feel there with the last end there, they're holding 4. Here's another 4.
Yeah. So 6-0 to Bowls Kensington after 2 of the 15 ends in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion 4s. We're here at the Palace at Royal Oak.
Oh, it's not the Palace now. It's not allowed to be called the Palace.
That's what I call it, Peter.
No. It's Royal Oak Bowls. Well, I've been told.
And so
You know.
so it'll be Barb Hopper with her first bowl, defending champions from Bowls Kensington.
Yeah.
And opting for a shorter end. So it was Moringi Bay who threw the long end on the first end and almost cashed in.
Mm-hmm.
And Barb obviously still has that length in her memory bank, but that's a pretty good bowl on the tee.
Have you noticed now, Diane, you'll see her bowls, the pickup she uses, it's got like a card on it.
Yes.
She uses that, just a little bit of a memory of things that she's going on, and here's a good return after dropping the.
So what's the
four.
card? What sort of card?
It's like a
Peter?
joker. It's like a joker she uses on it. And I noticed it down the line, and I see it's a different colour this time. I'm not too sure if she's changed it, and I think sometimes she uses as a marker as well, like ends in that as well, like her scorecard.
Well, we'll try and find out a little bit more about that. So
You'll see her bowls lifter, I should call it, the bowls lifter.
Hopper with her second bowl, and this one will be just pulling up a little bit short, but so one at this stage to Moringi Bay.
She's got a good side here just to sit on her last previous bowl there. Can't go too wrong. Even if she's a little metre over, it's going to be effective.
Yeah, another good bowl here from Rosemary Nichols. She's just going to get around that front bowl, and that's two good bowls from the Moringi Bay.
That's very good bowling.
It looks like a queen to me, Peter.
Could be the jack this time or the joker. Plays card. I wonder if she plays bridge or cards or something.
Come on, we need to get you out to do a bit of research.
No. I'm just the commentator. You're the lead. That's your job. I was like passing the buck on.
So just a shade wide there, Janice Little. But ends
Her
up
weight,
in a good home.
Yeah, weight's good.
So Linda Roundtree.
Maybe it's a no one takes her lifter.
Could be. At least it's very distinct that it's yours.
You take that, you're in trouble, wouldn't you?
You would be.
Here we go. Is she going to get a promotion here or going to come through?
She's going to get around that front ball.
You just don't want to hit it up, girl. I think your weight would have counted for another one too, just a little ounce more green.
So two at the stage to Moringi Bay. 2 bowls of Rosemary Nickel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as you've got weight, you can clunk that bowl up or draw around it.
Good bowl here from Janice.
How's the weight? This was I was saying about coming off that. If you have the weight coming off that hand, they turn quite well.
So still 2 to Moringi Bay.
Just on a little bit of a conversation here, Brett, was when we were down Dunedin doing the commentary down there. You'll see here how at Royal Oak Bowls here, you see how they've got the white dots going through, and it's like doubled up. Down there they use little black markers.
Okay.
And it doesn't for maintenance. They don't have to clean as much. And this tends to go like a pool table where if you've got that, like if you use your diamond shape, how it makes a form a shape. Down there it's just like a little sticker and very neat and tidy.
Nice.
And you'll see it. What I'm trying to say here now, we're getting all these white patches around your green because we have to have a chalk. Makes it easier for setting things. Here's a good bowl.
Yeah, great bowl from Dawn Owens there. Such a steady draw player. And so one it is now to the Kensington team. They lead 6-0 after 2 of the 15 ends.
They're actually a well-drilled fours team. They're all in their positions. Like sometimes you see these in other centres there where the players all get together and they may be all skips. We're here, like you've said about the North Harbour girls, the Bowls Kensington team, the Northland team. They've actually all dominated or not been dominated. They've actually played in these positions all the time, and it makes a big difference. A good fours team need to play as your 3, you skip their lead and your 2, and you get to know each other.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent assessment, Peter, of the their team. I mean, they've played together a lot.
Yes.
They know what they have to do. Everything's done with a minimum of fuss, and Dorno is just slipping past with her next bowl. That's a good home there.
Yes, good catch. Yeah.
Judy Farkash tends to be play with a little bit of weight. She's an attacking player, and so they'll be observing that she's tending to play into the head with weight. So you want to make sure you've got a bowl to cover it. And again,
and that was perfect, as you say. She even gets a little, we'll call it like a little wick or half cut off to that orange bowl onto the blue, and she could sit there for 2.
Absolutely. I mean, no point being short in that situation. Everything to be gained by being up. So we'll see what Diane has to do here. I think, if this Northland team, are successful in qualifying by winning this game, they'll still, we can expect they'll be down to the crunch rounds tomorrow. They aren't the defending champions for anything. It is because they are such a good, steady side. Diane, just a really nice delivery, real economy of motion that you see from her, and she's just so consistent.
Oh, she's been around you. I think you hear me. I've mentioned in other comments that I feel if a lot of these players that are here today as well are actually inter-centre representatives.
They are.
And most of them would have centre titles, of course, and well, naturally because they've won this, but a lot of them would be gold star holders and maybe national title holders as well. And most of the teams that are here, we know we've got Val and Joe Edwards here. We've got Sarah Scott here. There's a lot of other teams.
Liam Paulson.
Well, she's that was quite a surprise. They're missing out, that team. They haven't qualified, so that's the calibre of the players that are here at the moment. Right. You're not taken for granted just because you're a stacked team. When you come to champ stuff, you got to respect that person next to you as.
Well, they've all had to win their championship to get here, so that they're here because they've been successful.
They've actually won it twice, I feel, there, mate, because they've had to do their club one.
Yep.
Then they've had to do their centre one, and now they come here. I repeatedly keep on saying that when you work it out, like I would just say, like Auckland, they may have played to win it. If they do win it, they've won 18 games. It's more than what you do for a national title.
It sure is. So just a shade wide here. Yep. Gay Horn with her last, so it will be 1-2 Northern, and they keep the
board rolling.
The board rolling. So I'm out to 7-0 now. Yeah, and I think the other point, Peter, is that you're not in a national. You might get a really good run of form when you're playing day after day after day. In this event, you probably play your club championships in 1 month. The champion of champions might be many months later. Sometimes as many as 6 months later. And then you've got to play the national finals a few months later. So you've got to sustain that form over a long period of time. And so I think you do see the players that tend to be, that are really, really consistent, come through time and time again in these events. And in fours, it isn't just about the best players; it's about who combines well.
Well, it's over the period of time, because this is actually, if you look at it now, this is August.
Yeah.
Okay. I know for a fact, like in Auckland, some of these events start in October, November. So what you've got a lay time, nearly 10 months. So in that period of 10 months, you're actually working yourself into a better situation, because you've had that little bit of match play.
Yep.
And now you're at the end of basically a lot of clubs have been at the end of their season, and now they're playing in this. Some of them mightn't have even touched the ball for 3-4 months.
Very true. Good bowl there from Barb Hopper.
Yes.
And you mentioned Leanne Paulson. I've just been in Singapore with Leanne a couple of weeks ago at the Lion City Cup, where her and Robin Walker were successful in winning the pairs there. You couldn't get more different conditions, Peter. The greens there running between 12 and 14 seconds, depending on how hot it was, and it was about, on the green, I think the temperature through your feet was about 60 degrees. It was about 40 degrees in the air plus humidity. So it's probably taken a bit of adjusting coming back onto this surface with it being pretty quick. and obviously it's a lot colder. Not that Leanne isn't capable of making the adjustment. And to your point, it's a very good field here. But Leanne played some outstanding bowls in Singapore, and as I say, what I think would be as demanding conditions as you'd ever find in bowls, particularly in the heat. And it was a fine achievement from her and Robin to win that event. And great to see so many players now interested in playing in these World Bowl Series ranking events, Peter. The intention
Nice bowl, Lee.
intention is that by 2026 we'll have an end of the year Masters event where the top 10 ranked women and men on those World Bowl Series rankings will be able to play. So so it just adds a different dimension, I think, in the game
Nice
that
bowl.
hasn't been there before. That's a very good bowl from Janice Little. She's a pretty, as you said, Peter. She's won many North and Centre titles. Been
Yes.
a very good singles player, and I always think having a 2 and 4s that's a good singles player is valuable, because often you have to play all the shots in that position.
Yeah. Well, as you know, I've been involved with fours teams, that's your engine room. It's actually quite important that particular as a 2 is able to draw when your lead's not there, and when you are 3-4 down, is to play that yard over, and be around the head. Here's a good return from what she's played. That's a great,
it's a good
great
bowl
return.
from Glenda around.
She only needed another, say, half a minute. She could have ended up with 3 shots then. But that's no difference to what she's got to play. Come off her bowl now. Yeah. And if you are about 2 metres through, you're going to get a back bowl and you're going to cover those 2 orange bowls.
Completely.
Yeah. But I was talking before about the way bowls are starting to go. Is we're going to be playing a lot more events on carpet, and it's just something now that's eventuating. If you would have known yourself that even through the Aussie Open there, that right up to the finals they were all playing on carpet.
Yeah, look, I think like you, Peter, having played the game a long time, I mean, I love the natural surface greens, but the reality is the costs of maintaining a natural surface greens is increasing all the time. It's very hard to find greenkeepers. You've got new certifications required around using chemicals. And the reality with the artificial greens, particularly if they're covered, is that you're getting bowls 12 months of the year. So you're doubling the amount of participation you can have in the sport. And that's a huge deal. So, yeah, I mean, the Lion City Cup Singapore only has artificial greens.
Yes.
And I think, we're seeing that across a number of different countries now, where they're not investing in natural surface greens anymore and just focused on, now covering them.
Yeah. Well, as you said, it's a lot more now maintenance, and clubs just haven't got the 30,000-40,000 per green for a greenkeeper, and at the moment we're all sun smart now, and as you see here at Royal Oak, we can actually pull our shutters up when it's a nice day, and you actually got the vibe of it being very pleasant outside.
Yeah, look, it's a magnificent facility here, and here's a
Lovely
great bowl from Dawn.
It's got 2 shots.
Yeah,
It's a
well
lovely
played.
bowl.
Yep, just really good percentage weight.
Oh, they're playing as good as a team, aren't they?
Yeah.
And it's no disrespect to the Mairangi Bay girls, is when they are holding something that looks good, the opponent is coming in, which is natural in the game, but they're just taking those shots where you think you're pretty safe.
Yep. So Gayhorn asking Judy Farkash to come down with a bit of weight, and just see if she can get a contact in that area. Sit one of the bowls or turn over one of their front bowls. I feel she's gone a fraction wide, but she's got good weight. Yeah, she's just going to come to a good home there. That's a good position. They didn't have a bowl right behind, only that blue bowl of Janice Little's at the back, so Diane will just be getting Dawn to try and cover that area as well. Gay's a pretty attacking player, and so Dawn will know that, and as will Diane, and so they'll just be looking to cover that bowl. And if you're a little bit short, you'll draw another shot, and she will. Oh, just gets a little touch on that, so but finishes in a good home. That probably takes that shot out there now.
Oh, it's still there with I still feel play ditch weight onto those. Yeah, get the slide off it. And if you are narrow, you're going to go on the red one.
So Judy will swap over, play that backhand side now and run down there.
Play the shot before the end sometimes. So the event you just finished over there, if for the next coming year, how can players enter into that? Is it just from seedings, from you put a card in and you get a grading from that, right? Or
I mean, the teams that played in the Lion City Cup were a mixture of national teams. So some countries sent nationally selected teams. Bowls New Zealand weren't in a position to send a national side. So I basically approached a bunch of players and said, were they interested in going? And they were. So Sheldon Bagri Howley and Keanu Darby played in the men's pairs. Originally, Selena Goddard and Caitlin Inch were going to play in the women's pairs, but they had other commitments in Australia. So Robin Walker, who was already coming to the event to help manage the team, asked Leanne Paulson to play, and Leanne kindly agreed, so they ended up playing it and obviously did well. And then we had an under-25 women's team, Olivia Manser and Briar Atkinson, who got a silver medal in there were two tournaments in each discipline, an ends tournament and a sets tournament, so they got the silver medal in the ends tournament, and unfortunately we couldn't
this is the shot I was talking about there.
Men. Yeah, great play. Yeah, well called, Peter.
Well, whatever happens. It might be one down, but I think that was the one to play as maybe a yard more. Sorry to interrupt there, mate.
No,
yes.
That's all right. No, a good reduction from Gay Horn.
Yes.
So I think for next year we'll put an expression of interest out and see who's interested in going, because obviously it isn't a cheap exercise to get there, but I think again it's a good sign in the game that some of the players were sponsored. So Gore RSA sponsored Sheldon Bagri Howley. A number of the other players did a bit of their own fundraising.
Nice.
So that was really pleasing to see. My consulting company underwrote entering because there was an entry fee that we had to pay the Bowls Singapore organisers. So I underwrote that through our business, because I think it's really important to try and support these World Bowl Series events. And what was pleasing for me is now there's a number of Asian countries as guys.
She might get a chip here.
She's going to get the chip. She's going to get it.
Great weight, great effort.
So another one to Bowls Kensington, and they're now out to 8-0 after 4 of the 15 ends, and fairly commanding. So what was pleasing, Peter, I mean, what we've hoped with the World Bowl Series is that, and by having rankings associated with these events, is that we can create interest in the game. For a small country like Singapore, the sports minister came along to the opening ceremony, and she said to me, look, we can't thank you enough for bringing a world event to Singapore, and if we can be certain that there'll be more that the Lion City Cup continues to be a World Bowl Series event, and maybe if we improve our facilities we can host other events, well then we'll be happy to make that investment. So that's the sort of interest we want to create in the game. It was great to see players there from Japan, from China, Hong Kong, the Philippines, obviously Singapore, Malaysia, India, and of course New Zealand. I expect there'll be more countries participating next time.
And that's what I was trying to get at base there. Is it going to be the field going to be open to as a world ranking that this event's going to attract the top ones, which I hopefully that's the idea of it, is to get it to keep it out there.
I mean, I was quite surprised, Peter, that there were no Australian players in the event.
Yeah.
So I expect we'll see them play next year. And that's certainly the plan, and Singapore want to use it as a way of getting more investment in their greens. We've already done a tournament review. I was part of the tournament committee up there representing World Bowls, in addition to helping manage the New Zealand team, and And I know they're already thinking about, maybe we could play rounds at night. It might be a little bit easier with the heat, so you're not playing in the heat of the day. So yeah, I think it'll just grow, and a number of the other Asian countries that were there said, hey, look, having seen how successful this is, having seen that players from other countries will travel, some at their own cost, some paid for by their associations, we'll put events on ourselves. So we'd like to think that within 2 or 3 years there might be a mini circuit of events, so you're not just going for an event in Singapore. There might be one in Malaysia, might be one in the Philippines.
Yeah. So those type of countries up the top end, they could run their own little circuit, and if you wanted to pop into that, yeah.
Absolutely. You've got that great Crusaders club facility in the Philippines, which...
so the one, it's one of the guys, the Aussie guy was doing it, Taylor...
Yep, Paul Knight's Paul and Aini Knight, his wife was she won the first of the women's singles event, women's pairs events at the Lion City Cup. They, in fact, her and her partner Angelica Abateo beat Leanne and Robin in the quarterfinals. Yeah, another good bowl here from Janice. From Janice Little, she's so steady at that number 2 spot, isn't she?
Yeah.
Just playing those really good bowls. So yeah, we could see an event at Crusaders. The Malaysians definitely very interested. The Kuala Lumpur Fours were just on over this last week, and I believe there was a New Zealand team who entered in the women's event of that, which is good to see. So and obviously Hong Kong have hosted international tournaments in the past. I don't think they'd move their classic pairs timing, but they could easily hold another event that could be part of the circuit. And then you've got places like Macau and southern China also interested. So look, it's good for the game, it's great opportunities, and it helps with the publicity for the game, and it helps with sponsorship, because it shows that our game's global, and suddenly you start to attract interest from other players because of that. So Janice Little again on a good line here.
It's good. Yeah, it'll come.
That's 2 pretty good bowls, isn't it, Peter?
Oh, yes. So just giving her a little bit of a shot here that she could play right through if she wanted, playing narrow onto those. But if it's a dead draw, well, when you start looking for some shots, the way the heads are looking.
Yeah, Glenda Roundtree, I think is still a junior, and has really built a very good record for herself. And
I think that might be the what do they call that? Just a misjudgment of green.
Yep, I think it probably had very good speed, but unfortunately the wrong bias.
Yes, that's all it was. Now, getting back to those events there, you're saying up the top end, we'll just say the top end of the world, and now we can get involved a bit more now with the Pacific nations as well, couldn't we?
Absolutely, and we've got the Oceania Challenge, and I know you'll be involved, I hope, with the Tongan team again, Peter, for that. That'll be in Auckland in November. That's going to be a World Bowl Series ranking event. The Lion City Cup was a silver event. The Oceania Challenge is a gold event. So, and I know I've actually got a Oceania Confederation board meeting this afternoon just to talk about that event, and a lot of those Pacific countries are looking forward to their players having a chance to get ranking points, and in time there'll be opportunities to run events in the Pacific Islands themselves, and places like the Cooks and Fiji that again can qualify to be as part of that series. Here's Judy Farkas just reaching down on the forehand, and
great effort. And that's the weight too. That's what I was saying. If she was a bit thin and she's sitting on the bowl, and the bowl's going to hang around and coming into that there. Yeah, no, it's a great opportunity, and as we all know that the Oceania was a success last year. And it's moved to indoors. It's going to be challenging in all ways to a lot of the players, but it's just a sign of the times, the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, and it was interesting that that was the feedback from a lot of the countries. They actually felt, even though they play outdoors at home, they felt that the most even day of that competition was on the first day, when they had to play on we had to play the women's events on the artificial green at Blockhouse Bay, and that they felt was a lot easier than playing on the natural surface greens. Here's another good bowl from Judy Fakash.
Oh,
again, she just
that
gets
missed
the
that
gap
hole.
there on the other side.
Yeah.
So I think, I didn't expect that would be the feedback, but the Pacific players felt that artificial was takes the wind out of it, and it's a kinder speed. So we'll see if that how that manifests itself in the results.
I think basically from there, like you got the teams from say Samoa, Fiji, because as you know, we know some of the players in particular, their type of standard, their greens aren't that fast.
That's right.
So they got a bit of a fright when they come here. So what we've tend to have done, I feel, is we're going to their conditions more than maybe our conditions that we play here in New Zealand,
Yep.
which the indoor is basically ever going to play 16 to 17, where we were and the greens was running well was at the Blockhouse Bay Club, and they were very looked after us very well. There was no disappointments there, but the Starweed green was a bit cricky, and they found it. They hadn't been on surfaces. We're at 19 seconds with a bit of wind, and then they found that it was a little bit quick for them.
Well, as you know, Peter, on their greens, you'd seldom take a line outside of the rink.
Oh, it's like the Aussie way, inside the blocks.
That's right, but at Blockhouse Bay, you were playing a lot. It was definitely a lot wider than that. So we just see a bowl unfortunately moved in the head, so they've just replaced that. So I think Northland are holding at least 4, maybe 5 here.
I actually thought maybe a first bowl, because you're playing the shot coming down off the bankhand there.
So Diane Strawbridge won't want to be moving the jack here.
She get a slide.
Oh, that's
going to really ugly now to get the shot unless she sits on it with the draw. Yeah.
So you can see Judy Fakash putting her foot out saying, look, Gay, you need to get there.
Yeah.
This
Otherwise
bowl really
big.
is big because it's going to keep Mairangi in the game or not.
She's not badly played, mate.
Yeah, she's on a good line here.
She gets a slide, she's all right too.
Good line. She's just going to get the other edge. Slips all the way through. Well,
she'll cut a few out.
That's a good bowl.
I think it's only one now.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great bowl. And again, just the benefit of playing with good weight.
Yeah.
Because she gave herself every chance. Either side of that front bowl was good. There was no prize for being wide, so sort of playing
actually measure for shots. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
So playing that faulty narrow line, Peter.
Yeah. You've got bowls to work off like the Aussies play, and at the end of the day, have a look at the head. It looks quite pretty on the tube there.
Yeah. Right. So measuring for shot.
Yeah. You never know, eh? She might have done. It's close to what you think they're both looking here.
Oh, that's definitely
just the one.
Shot. Yeah, just one.
Just the one. That was a good save because she was looking down the barrel of maybe 12-0 then.
Yeah, and a 4 or 5 there would have been, that would have been, I think, the end of the game really.
Well,
with an experienced side like the Northland team.
To me, that's 3 fours you got to drop in a row or something like that, and that was after. Then we'll be up to 9 ends, so I couldn't see that happening the way the game's going at the moment. And when they have looked dangerous, the Northland girls are just popping one in there. That's a bit of a niggle to them.
So one it is to the Kensington side, skipped by Diane Strawbridge, our defending champions of this Laser Eye Centre Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion Women's Fours. And as we said, Peter, in November we'll have the Oceania Challenge playing here and at Newland. So the same 2 greens that are being used for this Laser Eye Centre event will again be in action for the Oceania Challenge, and it's going to be a rich month of bowls, because no sooner does the Oceania Challenge finish than we've got the World Champion of Champions singles being played at the Browns Bay Club in North Harbour, and we've also got a World Coaching Conference in Auckland for 2 days during that time. So the World Bowls CEO Neil Dalrymple is going to be in town. And I think it's going to be a real festival of bowls, and a great opportunity for people interested in bowls to see some of the world's best players.
Well, I can announce that we're We'll actually be having a singles player in the men and women.
From
For
Tonga?
yes.
That's fantastic news.
We are having as you know, we've formed our club, and it's just a little plug for the boys here, and we're actually having our event for our singles winner and our ladies singles winner. So we will be representing Tonga. We'll be having a man and a woman there for the first time in the Worlds.
Well, that's great. That's great news. I think we're going to have a big field. I know there's a lot of people coming from around the world, and of course, it's one of the reasons why we scheduled the Oceania Challenge.
Nice bowl.
Barb Hopper draws the shot to Kensington. It's one of the reasons why we've had the Oceania Challenge at this time, because it means for the Oceania players that are travelling from the islands, they can come down and play in the Oceania Challenge a week before, admittedly on artificial greens, but and then that's good preparation for them for Browns Bay. So I'm expecting we'll have most of the Pacific, most of the Oceania countries represented. And certainly from the Oceania Challenge at the moment, we've got Australia, Papua New Guinea, Norfolk Island, New Zealand, Aotearoa Māori, the Cook Islands, Tonga, Fiji, still not certain because of funding issues. Niue are going to be here, Tokelau are going to be here, and just waiting to get confirmation from Samoa. So it's going to be a pretty rich competition. Great bowl from Janice Little. Gosh, she's playing some good bowls.
When coming in, she's just got to be a bit more forceful to heads now and rattle things around and get some bit of luck or fortune going their way. As you say there, with most of the nations that are coming, I think it would be a little bit not foolish, but I think the players that are winning their national title for, say, the Cooks and Samoa, and that their representatives will be here. Yep. So it saves the costage as well.
It does, and gives them a good chance of just getting used to the conditions here. Yeah, just a little bit wider.
Oh, she needs more weight, I think, mate, to be a bit more disturbing to that.
Yeah, Glenda won't have played a lot of bowls at 2, as a relatively new player. And you can see, most of the time she's playing with pretty good weight, but just not quite picking that line.
Yeah.
Where Janice Little's at the other end of the spectrum in terms of experience, very, very
He's a good
player, and again, she's on a good line here.
Let's just say they come off this bank here.
It's just going to come around that and
it's
just
good
finish
home.
in another good home.
It's bowled over, isn't it, mate?
So 3 shots and a bowl over, you'd be pretty happy with that, wouldn't you, Peter?
Yeah. But I just feel the girls, and not trying to run them down at all here with the North Harbour girls, they need to get their mojo happening here, or even if they're missing, is bowls more over the head to the 2 metre mark.
And there's a bit of an experience dropping short now. When really, everything to gain by being up, and again missing the line there. So
that's quite good. She'll be a bit upset with that one to herself. But I always maintain there, if you're struggling, just get your bowls over the head. Completely. And like what happened in that first end when Diane there, she played a shot through the head, went to the ditch. Her next one, she did trail it, and it counted for 2. So you get your bowls over the head, and like this one here, all they're doing at the moment is building the head for targets, because
that's right.
All you're thinking now is they haven't got the power to do what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, so it's 4 now to Kensington, and again we're just seeing these. By the time Judy Farcash is coming to play on every end, she's 3 or 4 down, and then her and Gay Horn are having to scramble to save the shot. So you called it right, Peter, that this game would be won and lost up front, and at the moment it's being won pretty convincingly by Kensington, with Barb Hopper and Janice Little just really proving to be too consistent.
This is better weight, and just hopefully that you...
just reaching down
it's
there.
It's reaching down. Anything can happen. Yeah, great effort.
Yeah, that's a great bowl. Well played, Judy Farcash. That's
lovely.
That's a shot.
It is good, but it could have been a metre more, maybe. 2 metres, raking through the head and going back to the orange bowl as well. But it's top shot, they're under pressure most ends, and no disrespect to the front end there. As you said, that the two girls are walking up, and I don't think they've had to hold in shot.
So Dawn Owens, not too sure who's got the shot there, but Diane Strawbridge just said to her, look, just try and play into the head. She's just gone a fraction wide and just caught that that short ball of Glenda Roundtree's. Yeah. So Gay says they've got one. So
and they got the back one. But as I say, Diane's actually been having an armchair ride.
Completely, other than that first end where she played the bomb when she was 4 down. That's right. She's just adding to heads that they're holding.
And that's a sign of a good skip with a good team. What did Unky always used to say? I don't have to have the shot. My team does it.
That's right.
I'm only there to take 1 out, 2 out.
So, look, that's not a bad bowl.
That's a perfect bowl at the back.
Because
any weight that will squeeze back there, and they've got that. I'm pretty sure that orange bowl, we call it the orange bowl. I think that's the other shot that's at the back.
And there you see a bit of experience. Diane Strawbridge just stopping the team, just having a bit of a chat to them.
Yeah.
Obviously just checking in. Yeah, they're 9-0 in front, but it's still, we're still in the first half of the game, so she'll just be wanting to make sure that everyone's on board. I imagine she'll come down and play with a little bit of weight down there. She's got plenty of bowls around the head. And she'll be looking to turn one of those bowls of hers over. Yep. Yeah, she'll be down on that forehand side. And just gone a fraction wide. And she's going to get that bowl of Dawn Owens and turn it in. Actually,
it's ended up a good home.
It's ended up in a very good home. And suddenly that Mairangi Bay bowl's looking a little bit lonely there.
I actually would like the other hand now coming inside the orange bowl there at about 1-2 o'clock, and you get a little squirt and it'll come to you.
Absolutely.
And then it's giving you more of a definite shot than playing into something.
Yeah, I agree. Judy Farkash saying to Gay, look, try and draw short, just so you can sort of try and get in her eye. Though it's a pretty big target, but Gay. She'll get that turn. And even if she gets her own bowl there, it's not a bad result.
Smack there.
That's another bowl on the head of theirs. But as you say, Peter,
you see that shot there?
Yeah, any contact on that shot bowl.
Shot bowl,
turning it over.
It's good to there, to back to the blue one. Tighter, any weight, any hand really. Yeah, here we go.
Yep. Yeah, she's on a pretty good line.
Yeah, just got to work a bit up. Get a half edge, you'll be right. Yeah. She'll stand up. One. Still got one North Harbour, the girls. The red front one there. You're not going to try and draw one. You could go down here.
You wouldn't think so. I think that you'd just be happy to be on the board.
Yeah, I would too, mate.
Yeah, yes, I think Gay Horn, caution being the better part of Valour there, she's just said, right, I'm just happy to take that shot. Yeah. Let's get on the board.
Well, this is where I feel sometimes there needs to be a game change where they have been getting pretty well licked up down that way. The skip should be saying pull the mat up quite a bit more.
Right.
Let's try and chuck them off their green and their it's only about a 2 metre up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they'll opt for a longer end. A lot of the Mairangi
surfaces.
A lot of the players there play 2-2, and so it's definitely a longer end than we've been playing.
Be like 3/4, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not as long as I thought they might.
No, that's what I thought. Even if the mat up a bit, mate, and try and vary the game a bit.
Completely.
You're struggling a bit, and no disrespect, you are struggling. And when you have got a gap, they're just whacking one in on you.
Too true. So, Peter, talking about your Tongan team, the Oceania Challenge, plenty of interest from players in
we've
in
actually,
playing?
I can't say too much because we've got quite a few actually, more than last year.
Good.
And it's actually quite surprising we've had to go through the Tongan government this time, which has been quite favourable coming our way. I think you've been seeing some of the emails that have been coming backwards and forwards. So the thanks to Dan, and of course he's been right on to all my paperwork for me, and it's been a bit of a battle, but they're coming to the party now, and
Yeah, look, I think it's fair to say sport got decimated in a lot of the Pacific countries during COVID, and so some of those, and Tonga doesn't have a bowling green in Nuku'alofa these days, so there is a plan to build one, and so it's taken them a while just to recover. What was interesting, Peter, at the Lion City Cup is just how many teenagers are playing the game in Asia. And evidently a reason for that was during COVID they weren't allowed to play contact sport, but they could play target sports like bowls. So a lot of youngsters got involved in bowls in the Philippines. So the Philippine men, Elmer Abateo and James Daz, won both of the men's pairs competitions in Lion City Cup. James Daz has only been playing 3 years. He's a teenager, but led like a machine, and very young players from Hong Kong, very young players from Singapore and from Malaysia. So COVID didn't have many benefits, but certainly in Asia, it's got a lot of people playing bowls because they had the greens and the facilities. So
and that's exactly what my goal is at the moment. I'm trying to introduce to some of the schools in Auckland in particular, because we have got a big Pacific nation here of people, and they don't all have to be the big muncho guys going in and playing rugby. The bowls is all right, and it's for the future. There's money, you can travel around the world playing the game. I've tried to get involved with Auckland Bowls or some stuff like that, just going more promotion to the schools, taking some of our younger guys there, or younger players, and with their medals or whatever, having a chat to them and use them as our role models for the kids in the schools. And I'm pretty sure that we could create a lot of youth into the game.
Oh, look, I agree, Peter. In fact, you only have to look at what's happened in Wellington with their schools program, and seeing a young player like Jordan Keane, who was obviously the winner of the Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champions singles. Again, fairly new to the game, been a very good indoor small mat player, but to win a New Zealand Champion of Champions singles title, and he's under 25, and I think he's been playing less than 5 years.
I think it's 3.5, 4 years. Yeah. And I tell you what, I've got. Sorry to interrupt here. After the event when he won it, as you know, I was there and I was commentating on it. The guy actually helped pack up without even being asked. That's the type
incredible.
And mate, and that's the young ones we've got. But as you say, and a lot of credit to that is to the way Sauce, Leach, you've got Blake Signals down there that are promoting it. And we actually need, I'm not being critical here, we need a lot more of that up in here in our biggest centre, Auckland.
Yeah, I think, in both Auckland and North Harbour, we went through a period of time about 20 years ago when we had a lot of young people playing the game. And we still have young people playing today, but they tend to be people that are playing because of a family involvement.
That's all.
But if we've got to get out in the schools, and I've been pleased to see
Bowls coming home.
Auckland Bowls start the program. I know North Harbour are trying as well. There's a good bowl from...
they've got a few on the head this time, mate.
Three shots. We saw Janice Little just slip by before, trying to pick the jack up. So for the first time, the pressure, since the first end probably, the pressure swings back onto the Kensington team. Dawn Owens, that unique style. She's such a steady draw player, but this time I think she's left it a little short.
Yeah, she has there, mate.
So I agree, Peter. I think we're seeing more and more parents being cautious about committing their children to contact sport unless they really are competitive.
Yeah.
And so they're looking for sports. They want to make sure that they get exercise. They want to make sure that they learn how to be members of a team and work with other people, and that's of course one of the great things that sport does. Yeah, this is shaping pretty nicely.
Yeah, they got a 4 here.
Mairangi Bay, yep. Judy Farkash, yes, another good bowl from her.
This one here is the crunch bowl, bit like the last bowl that they played just to go one down.
So out comes Dawn.
Yes, I just feel at the moment, as you hit it on the head, and I've mentioned it a bit before up here as well. It's all right. We've got the likes of like with young Adam, and we've got Liam, and we've got the other young guy up here, David Motu. We actually need another 10 of them.
Absolutely, we do.
And it's the only way we're going to promote them is if they've seen what they're doing.
Yep.
And you, as you said, with young Jordan there winning the singles down there, they don't really need that in a nice way because they've got this system happening, a lot of youth, and the younger ones are happening. We're up here. We haven't. We just need to just look outside now, even with the women in particular.
Yep.
I know there's other things, family lives and things like that, but we really haven't got the young woman playing the game as well.
Yeah, look, I agree. Other than women that have been introduced to the game typically through families.
Yeah.
And because we've got these all-weather facilities now, there's no reason we couldn't be running events after school. We're going to be running events at night. So Gayhorn just pulling up short there. So it's the Mairangi Bay team holding probably four here.
There, yeah, and that's that. If Diane just touches that bowl, that's 5. But it's given her a side to just draw around it, the way that hand there draws.
And she's played this pretty well. It'll come now. Here it comes.
She's only got to beat that pace.
Just a shade over. So still, this is shaping a
Very
big end for Mairangi Bay. So Judy Farkash just showing Gayhorn where Jack Hires, saying stay there, give me that guide.
Yeah.
I
could talk all day about some of the things that should be happening that aren't, and it might sound you get critical, but you hit something on the head that I've been quite adamant about too. Is we're with the 1 to 5s in particular. They could actually, the way we've got daylight saving in a lot of these greens, they're the enthusiastic ones that want to play all the time. It's another one,
Yep. She got acknowledged by Judy Farkash as another shot. So
they're going to be teamed upset.
Dawn Owens having a good look here, because do they continue to try and draw, or do they look to ban? Diane's gone up to have a look. I'm not surprised about this because
she hasn't been put under pressure before, really, has she?
And there is a shot, Peter, I think, to come down through those front bowls. Oh no, she's going to draw. I mean, there's plenty of room.
But she's a good draw bowler. She's a singles bowler.
That's right. There's no reason why she can't draw it. But I think just probably wanting to make sure in her own mind she's absolutely certain what shot she's playing. So Dawn just giving a Jack level here. Let's see what Diane does this time. She had very good line last time.
Yeah, this is a big turning point to this game.
Yep, she's gone a bit wide.
I think you might be taking 4 or 5
well, it's
here.
Coming now. Here it comes.
Yeah.
No, still too wide and a bit heavy too.
Yeah.
Right, so out they come. 1, 2.
Those 2 there.
There's got to be at least
5. I reckon 5.
Well, I think at least 4, Peter.
There's 4.
5, yeah. Well called.
There's at least 5 there. They might put a measure.
This is a massive turnaround in this game.
It's huge, and that's what I say. This is the turning point in the game, and the girls haven't laid down.
Yeah. It's the first time that North Harbour have really hurled significant shots.
Or the whole team played for that end. The whole team had bowls counting, so it was good.
And it was just varying the length. They went out a little bit longer, not as long as you and I thought.
Yeah.
And that's a 5 to Gayhorn's Mairangi Bay team, so it's now 9-6. They've played 7 of the 15 ends. And just when we thought things were looking comfortable for Diane Strawbridge and her Bowls Kensington team, it's Gayhorn, the former Commonwealth Games fencer, who jabs the opposition with a 5.
She might have snuck out and got a little. It's called the sabre, isn't it?
Sabre or the foil. The foil.
So she's come out there and without any rope behind her back, but a string. But I know. We turn around and we say about the junior movement, the 1 to 5, 1 to 8. Is it nearly getting to the time where we just become 1 to 8 and knock the 1 to 5 out of the head?
Yeah, look, I think it would be good to see some consistency because it's jumped around quite a bit, and I think Wellington in the program that they've run down there, they've which I think
Nailed it.
Brady Amer has
That's
been. Brady Amer, I think, has run a lot of that. Brody Amer has run a lot of that program. From my memory,
You're correct. He's just gone on involved again.
oh, good.
Yeah.
So what can we do? What can we do to replicate that in other parts of the country, and then support it by, okay, so there's going to be age group
Here's another good
tournaments,
bowl coming. Yes.
but also, do we go back and establish that very successful 1 to 8 event, so that you immediately give them some rep bowls and something to aspire to.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at is 1 to 5. We tend to lose them once they get out of that, and you got to keep some character for them, because at the moment, if you've got a centre that's dominated with top bowlers, they haven't got a chance of getting in, and then we sort of like lose that competitiveness with them. That's a better bowl coming off the bank there.
Yeah, good bowl from Bar Popper, and look, just without overplaying the point. When I was talking to young players from Hong Kong like Lyndon Sham, who's a university graduate, he's I think 23 or 24 years old, and he finds himself in the top 100 on the world ranking list because he's been able to play in tournaments. That's the sort of thing that motivates people to want to play the game, because they can see that they can progress in the game. So we need to do that locally, we need to do that nationally, and we need to do that internationally, so we create an incentive for people to want to be part of the game.
Oh, bad luck here.
Yeah, that's a good effort by Glenda
And if
Roundtree.
anybody wants to, I just had a little note here about the results from other rinks or other facilities that we're using at the moment. Just get onto the hub there and have a look for the results. It's just that we're unable to give you all results. It's mainly just the ones that we're commentating now at the moment, but we may get a runner go out and have a wee look with some scores for you as well. We had one of the operators in here last week was very good. He was onto it, and I'm pretty sure he'll send us some type of results.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at Bowls Hub.
Yep.
And because of the results will all be kept up to date there, and that's and of course we're using 2 venues. We've got a green here at the Royal Oak and one at Newland. So Glenda Roundtree with her second bowl here, and just gone a little bit wide, just getting slightly off balance on the mat, I've noticed in this game, which is unlike her. She normally is very very steady. So and of course, if you move your head at bowls, you tend to move your arm.
It's no different than golf, is it?
Yep. You've got to keep your head still, and so you see there Janice Little just nicely keeping her head still. She's played this bowl pretty well. This is a classic number 2s bowl, just reaching up. Just
inside.
Played it very, very well. That's a good bowl. So
Well, they're bouncing back from that 4 they just dropped.
yes, you'd say normal transmission has resumed with Diane Strawbridge's team, but it's a good opportunity for Judy Farcash to reach down there.
Yeah.
She likes these sort of shots. I've played a little bit against Judy, and we both. Judy's a dual member between Takapuna, where I play, and Morangi Bay, so I've played a little bit with and against Judy, and I know she likes these little shots. Just got herself a little bit wide there on that hand.
Good weight, I think, mate.
Yeah.
Because it comes back to the
Finished in a good home.
back to the 2 metre mark. So I think Diane will want to be covering that now.
Absolutely.
But she's one of these skips. I feel that she might do the covering and let the 3. I know it's worked in her favour, and that's why she's been the previous winner. But looking at something like that, and the team's just picked up a 5 on you, and they've got their little adrenaline going, they could play that with quite a bit of weight there. So it's all right to have 2 or 3, but
She played this well.
yeah, but that was if it. It's still going to come back, isn't it?
It is.
No use being willy-nilly to that one. You need a bit of weight, or no, you want controlled weight to the ditch, I feel.
Yeah, and one thing we do know about this rink is that that hand turns a lot, so you're going to have a fair bit of weight to hold the bowl
otherwise
up.
it'll just cut.
Judy Farcash, and this is it's just gone just tighten it up.
And that's what happened. That's that Mary weight I call.
Just didn't have enough weight.
It's a ditch
for that line.
Ditch weight. Come off bowls, and if you're not, you're going to reduce by hitting a wing bowl. And
they're playing just in front of our commentary position, and that speed for that bowl was almost jack level. So
draw shot, draw weight. Sorry.
Where you really, as you said, Peter, you need to be rattling down there. Now here's a very good bowl from.
Well, that's she's covering everything up now.
And that's
ugly now because you're not going to get the kitty.
Yep, opportunity lost there, and now Gay Horn. This is. How quickly it turns. How ugly it is. It's 4 down.
Correct.
And Gay's got a very difficult shot to play. The good news is she got bowls at the back, but even getting a contact on those front bowls isn't necessarily going to move the jack. So she's going to have to try and get a contact with this first bowl. And so at least she gives herself a chance with her second if she doesn't move the jack. But if she can reduce...
Even if she hits the two at the back there at about 5 o'clock or 5 and 4 o'clock, leave the one at 12. If you hit the one at 12, it's great. If that's your second option, is if you hit the other one. I don't think she's got that weight for it enough, has she?
No, I think she's just trying to draw.
It's draw weight.
And this is the problem, as Peter, as you've rightly said, you start playing these in between shots. You've got to be very definite on this surface about what you're going to play. If you're playing with weight, play with weight.
That's it. I call them Mary weight.
Yep.
And it's no disrespect to the woman, but the women's tend to play the game a little bit different at some levels.
Yep.
Than what the men do. Where the international women, you'll see they'll hoe right into that.
Yep.
You know, Kelsey Cottrell. I know they're different. But see, there's 5. They're going to pick their 5 back up.
That's right.
See, I'd be saying just reduce, hit the blue one.
Yep.
The blue one at about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And then if the other one jumps in front of me, it's a bonus.
But by not getting a contact with the first bowl, you really put yourself under a dire pressure here. So I think she's going to try and draw to save here.
But this is the way to play.
And again, I think she's narrow.
No, she'll come.
I think she's narrow, Peter.
She'll come. There, but not enough weight.
No.
It's a great line, just
Look,
a weight.
You caught it. We're going to get 5 back here, if not more. Dawn having a look.
You can't go wrong. You just got to...
No danger. Even if she was to slightly move the jack, it's only moving it towards her own bowls.
And she'll be saying, why didn't I do that the last time when I was 5 down?
Again, she's on a good line here.
She's drawing another one here. They'll come home. It's got a good turn there.
Played this really well.
And there's 6 shots. Look at that.
Just touches the jack, which I think will bring in those...
6.
That'll be 6.
That hurts
just
after getting a 5.
Yeah, just that little touch, I think, will have brought in that back black bowl. Yep. Tom Nix, it's a 6. And just when we thought that Mairangi Bay were back in the game...
I thought that would have given them the...
Just that tentativeness, you
know.
Well,
a little bit of... Yes. Playing that one particular... Well, the 4 shots that were played to it were non-effective.
That's right.
There was no reduction.
Yeah. And in fact, 6 ineffective bowls. You know, because Glenda Roundtree played her 2 narrow, Judy Farkash and Gay Horn didn't get an effective connection, and so that's 6 bowls in a row that didn't change. And in the meantime, Kensington just kept drawing.
And I actually. Once the girls picked that 5 up, I thought that would have given them that little bit of motivation. And as we all know, we've been in those situations, and it wasn't deliberate by them. But if they look back onto the game and something doesn't happen, they will be saying, on that 9th end, we actually we could have lost the game because of that. We clawed our way back in, and we turned around. We didn't only drop a 5, we dropped a 6.
So we played 8 ends now of 15 in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion Women's Fours here at Royal Oak. It's the defending champions, Diane Strawbridge, Dawn Owens, Janice Little and Barb Hopper from Bowls Kensington. They are now 15-6 in front against Gay Horn, Judy Farkash, Glenda Roundtree and Rosemary Nicol from Mairangi Bay.
Good return after a 6.
Yep, we are playing to a time limit, but the players have been moving along pretty smoothly, so I imagine we'll get close to getting the 15 ends in. Yeah, I mean, and isn't it interesting, Peter, how often that you see one team get a number, and I call it the bounce back end. It's almost like they then relax a little bit, and they leave themselves open to dropping a number on the following end. You really got to discipline yourself to say, I might have just scored a big number, but now even scoring one just keeps that momentum going.
Of course. And then you look at it too, as I look at it in the same way, exactly what you said. But my other way was, man, in two ends, I've dropped 10 points. They've dropped a 4 and a 6. Now, that's the way I look at it. And if you look at that, a 6 and a 4 is 10. You take that off that there. Actually, Mairangi Bay would have been in front, 6-5.
That's right. So 2 good bowls there from Rosemary Nicolan. She's led steadily. It's really been at 2 where we've seen Janice Little doing a lot of damage. So experienced, such a good singles player.
This is where they dropped the 5 coming down this way, didn't they?
It is, and again,
a little bit overplayed.
Well, I think that it's a slightly shorter end this time, compared to last time, and you can see all the bowls have got good line, but just as you said, Peter, just slightly overplayed.
This where you want your 2 to just to plonk one right on it.
Yep, good opportunity.
Or just a metre over if she's not going to dare draw it. Just make sure your bowl's over because you've got 3 at the back, the opposition team. Yeah,
good opportunity for Glenda Roundtree. She was runner-up, and she was in a Mairangi Bay team skipped by Leon West. It was runner-up in the North Harbour Bowls 3-5 this year, and she played very, very well in that. But
she'll be unhappy with that one there, because that should be matching the back bowl a little bit anyway and counting.
As we've said many times over the years, the second player must play high. You must try and be over with both bowls, and whether you're holding or not. You must be trying to add, and this is again probably the loosest end we've seen from Janice. 1 over 1 under, and so
I call these the ugly ends.
They are
where you actually score big, or you're going to only get 1.
And mentally sometimes you just relax a little bit because the bowls aren't so close, and you think, I can easily get in there.
That's it. It looks so easy, but it's actually hard. And this is all right. I would have no problem as a skipper if I saw that.
Well, it's good cover. I mean, they didn't have a bowl past the jack until that bowl, so that's a...
Oh, that's a good one.
So
we got some results here. I'll get old Brett to... Oh, that's a good game there. Here, Brett, I'll get you to read these out.
All right, thank you, Peter. We'll just watch Dawn Owens play her first bowl on this 9th end. At a pretty critical stage for Kensington.
Here's a good bowl coming home. She's going to run her out. Oh no, it's going to turn. Just cut.
Yeah, it'll certainly
couple down.
Yeah, certainly third shot.
Yeah.
So just in the games, in the Laser Eye Centre Women's Champion Fours here at Royal Oak. In the rink next door, we've got Karen De Jong and her Hinuera 4. They're leading Jessie McCaw from Tairua and Thames Valley by 17 shots to 4 after 9 ends. All tied up in the game between Rosina Becker from Waimate in South Canterbury and Leslie McClendon, the home team, if you like, or home for the centre, Bridge Park in Auckland. So 6 all after 8 ends between Rosina and Leslie. 6 all in the next game, which is the battle between Jo Edwards, who's got Val Smith with her, so 2 of New Zealand's greatest players playing in that team, as Dawn Owens has drawn the shot there for Kensington. So 6 all between Lily O'Callaghan from Alexandra and Central Otago against Jo Edwards. Jo skipping one of the form teams in this event. And in the final game here, it's Wendy Green from Nongataha in Bay of Plenty. Nongataha, they are leading Rosalie Irwin from the Jury Hill Club in Wanganui by 8 shots to 7. So just quickly through those results again. Wendy Green Nongataha leads Rosalie Irwin 8-7 after 8. 6 all between Lily O'Callaghan from Alexandra and Jo Edwards from Nelson. 6 all between Leslie McClendon of Bridge Park and Rosina Becker from Waimate. And 17-4. Karen De Jong from Hinuera leads Jessie McCaw from Tairua. And we'll keep you up to date with those scores as the game continues. Back here in this game, Bowls Kensington still with the advantage on the board, but it is Mairangi Bay, that excellent last bowl of Judy Farkash that holds the shot, and Diane Strawbridge just slips through. So 1 at the moment to Mairangi Bay.
Just a correction on that last one there.
Oh,
Karen
it was
De Jong,
9-4 to Karen De Jong, not
9-4
17-4.
from
Thank
the
you,
girls from
Phil.
Thames Valley.
So,
And then if you want to hear, sorry to interrupt again, if you want to hear the other results, go onto the hub with the for the men. As you know, we're mainly at the Royal Oak Bowls here at the moment, and you can have a look. Oh, great effort here. You can see results here on the Bowls hub, and that's for the men that are at off my Newland Bowling Club.
So Diane Strawbridge, she'll be reaching down on this forehand side. She's got all the catches.
Oh, she doesn't like this. That was the moon.
Yeah, that was very creative, actually.
Wasn't
Yeah, a bit of avant-garde dance there.
Wow, like
perhaps.
Pilates. I think they do that at Pilates too.
I believe there's a world-leading avant-garde dance studio in Whangarei, and I'm going to ask Diane Strawbridge. Perhaps she's that. We know she plays the saxophone. Perhaps she's also taken on some dance.
Well, check on her stick too, please. Her bowls lifter.
Yep, well, that's right. And
Another job for you. See,
there's
you
a
haven't
lot-
worked so hard for a long
There's
time.
a lot
have
of
you?
research for me to do today,
No,
Peter. So
you're the
it's-
lead, remember?
I'm always the lead, Peter.
I know, you've got to make sure, mate.
So,
No, you can skip as well, mate. I've seen you go.
So 1 to Gay Horn, that excellent second bowl from
Yes.
Judy Farkash. So Mairangi Bay keep in touch.
Yeah.
So that puts them on 7 shots. We've played 9 ends, so 15-7 now to the defending champions Diane Strawbridge's Bowls Kensington team against Mairangi Bay, and good work from our technical team here, doing a great job helping bring this coverage of the Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion events.
And it doesn't always rain in Auckland, as you see now, how lovely the weather is.
It is.
We actually had a lovely weekend last weekend as well. The sun was actually pouring in down that side there.
Well, I've just got back, Peter, as you know, from being overseas in Singapore and Tokyo, which was very hot, and everyone was telling me how cold the winter is. It's balmy and mild.
You love it here.
It's balmy and mild here in Auckland, so don't let anyone convince you
Oh, yeah.
otherwise. Of course, we're playing undercover here, but I can tell you it's balmy and mild outside.
Yeah.
So you can hear that's one of the Thames Valley team there indicating they've got the shot.
Nice.
That's the game between Karen De Jong and Jessie McCaw next door. Back here it's Barb Hopper with her first bowl of this 10th end. And she's played a pretty good one here, and getting a bit of a clap from Diane Strawbridge as the weight comes off. As you said, Peter, if you've got that turning bowl here, you can get some beautiful finish.
Well, you've heard me speak before, and a few weekends ago where I just felt here on this particular service. I know in some other facilities like the Dunedin Hope Centre there, they play with different bowls, but I tend to feel up here as the XGs is the ones to go with. As you see, the better finish and just the old Euros, and it's nothing against the Euros. I think it's just getting to the time in the bowls that we're playing on so many different surfaces. People laugh, oh, you got another set of bowls, but I've only ever really played with one set of bowls. But it's getting to the stage now when you're going on carpet or you're going on some different facilities that are produced at the moment, you actually need 2 sets of bowls, and it's not being cocky by any means. As you see the turning like this, with maybe the Aero may have just hung a bit, and don't forget the GTRs as well. They're a good performing bowl as well. So everyone's got their own bowls they like. And
I've always liked a turning bowl. I played with Henslide a lot early in my career, but I've been playing with Aero Optimas the last 5 seasons, and I must say I really enjoy them. I find in my mind the arc reminds me of the old standard weight bowls we used to play with, because you get that really nice finish at the end. But I know a lot of players like the XR because they feel like it holds up a little bit more. But But everyone has
That's
has their preference. I like to see the bowl turn.
Yeah.
I like seeing the arc.
I like the Euros because if you're a shot player,
Yep,
they hold more with the weight,
definitely.
which is good. But I just feel if you're leading, playing two, and all your job is to lead, is to just draw, you play with them. But people, the viewers and listeners will be saying, it's the person behind it. But sometimes,
Different greens behave differently. It was interesting at the Lions City Cup. Sheldon Baggery Howley bought 2 sets of bowls.
yeah,
And there was definitely a difference between the Kalang green in Singapore and the Tangling Club green. You would have loved the Tangling Club, Peter. The green is on the 4th floor of the club. So you go up a lift, it's above the gym and the tennis court. So you're up on the 4th floor, surrounded by these high-rise buildings. A little bit more sheltered than Kalang. Kalang's at ground level, and it's very open because it's in their national sports stadium precinct. But at Tangling, you've got you're up on this fourth story, nice little breeze blowing there. So hopefully, if we get a few more international events there, we might see you and the Tongan team up there at some point.
I always go there. I actually quite like the tooth. You've mentioned 2 good things, but you forgot one good thing. You've said about the gym, the swimming, the bowling green. What about where you go and have a few waters?
Well, I can tell you the refreshments were cold and very enjoyable, and there were multiple restaurants in the Tangling Club. And Bowls Singapore also provided
What level
us,
was that on?
multiple levels, and the sports complex is on one side of the road, and that's where they've got cafes and they've got the gym and the tennis courts and the bowling green, and there's a walkway that runs across the road to the main club, and there were at least 5 different restaurants.
So you could have nightcaps all the way home.
Look, it was very tempting. Of course, we were very engaged in
Lovely bowl.
and wanting to be successful. So yeah, that is a great bowl. Just gets
Drops
around
down.
it. So one at this stage that bowler barb hoppers to Bowls Kensington. So it was really a fantastic facility. And normally they'd be using the Singapore Cricket Club, which is also a very, very good facility, but unfortunately because of the National Day celebrations, that club was surrounded by scaffolding and stands that were being used for that. So we're hoping if we can change the timing for future years, we might be able to play at some of the Lions City Cup.
She's
there.
stalking this.
Yeah.
She's going to get a chip. That
She's
red one.
got her bowl to turn over. She gets
Oh,
it.
that's more style when you are down, is playing into heads, and that's good to see.
Yep, I think that was the sort of weight we were hoping for last time.
Yeah.
So it's still Bowls Kensington holding the shot, but now Moringi Bay have at least 2 seconds, and so Diane Strawbridge saying to Dawn Owens, look, Dawn, see if you can get me another bowl on the head there. Just a bit of insurance.
Yeah. Just getting back to what you were saying about the club, it actually sounds fantastic, and it's a dream.
Well,
what type of membership? Like it seems to be like golf in some areas. Wealth, is it wealth, or is it quite?
What they've done in Singapore and in Hong Kong is very smart. They've got the members of those clubs, so Tangling Club, Singapore Cricket Club, but they've basically set up effectively a youth club. And the members of those youth clubs can play at any of the facilities if there are tournaments on. So those youth players aren't burdened by having to pay a high subscription. But if there are tournaments scheduled, Bowls Singapore tournaments when it's there, they can play in it. So they've got the best of both worlds. They can use these world class facilities. Obviously, they can't use all of the restaurants and facilities in those clubs, but they can use some of them, and so that's worked really well. And I think it's a great way of. Yeah, here's another good bowl from Diane here. Look at this.
She squirts this, mate.
That's classy.
Yeah.
Because that suddenly makes it much harder.
As long as she clunks onto that front one. But actually, what I was getting at, and you're getting to it, was like golf. what would a membership cost over there? That's what I'm actually getting at. So
I think if it would be many thousands of dollars
Yeah.
if you were to be a full blown club member
yeah.
and using
There's a
all of
good
those facilities.
That's bit of bad. Two.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
That's really unlucky for Gay Horn.
Yeah. Those fingers went down pretty sharp too.
Yeah,
Didn't they?
yeah. Two to Bowls Kensington.
You've
That's
got a smile on your face.
one to come from Diane Strawbridge. So at least two to Bowls Kensington.
So it is quite a wealthy to have a bit of coin, basically, to say to people.
Yeah, to be a member
remember.
of those clubs, and that's why Bowls Singapore have formed their own. They've got their own national green.
Yeah.
So anyone can play there. And what was great, Peter, on the opening ceremony of the Lions City Cup, they had they've been running community bowls right across Singapore, and they had these community teams. So our equivalent, I guess, to barefoot bowls or something similar. And those community teams all came together and played a national final while we were at Kelang, and we had our opening ceremony just after that. And the Singapore sports minister, she turned up and she actually subbed in and played in the final, and her team won. And she's the patron of Bowls Singapore, loves the game. I had a bit of a chat to her while we were there. And so her comment to me was, look, in the past in Singapore, bowls would have been seen as an elite sport because you had to have the coin to be a member of Tangland Club or Singapore Cricket Club. But now, with the National Green, they've got 3 or 4 clubs that use that facility. They've got their youth development program. And so it really is really good. And the same in Hong Kong. When I was first going to Hong Kong many years ago, most of the people that were playing bowls there, you had to have a fair bit of money to be a member of Craig and Gower or Hong Kong Football Club or Kowloon Bowling Club. But now, with having created these youth clubs, you've got a whole bunch of young players playing and able to use those facilities when tournaments are there. So, and hopefully over time, as they get jobs, they'll be able to afford to be club members as well. So, good opener there from Rosemary Nicol.
She has played effective bowls. They've been around the area that shots can be played to, and that. So she's doing. It must be getting a bit cold now. The girls are starting to put some jackets and woolies on. The sun's gone here.
Yeah, maybe just fade away. I think, Peter, if I reflect on this game, I think probably the difference has just been experience.
I think some big shot play.
Yeah,
as you say.
Just knowing what weight to play under critical, in critical conditions. The Mairangi Bay team have got all the ability in the world, but you can't replace the experience that Diane Strawbridge has won an Australian Open Fours title. She won multiple centre titles, as has most of her team, and that experience is hard to replace. So Rosemary Nicol just a little unlucky there, just getting.
And that's where, as you say, is that crucial stuff there where she had one on a metre over. That's cardinal sin, as we know. And I know she's trying to get as many shots as she can at the moment. But if you want points, they've got to be up and over. And all this is giving now is the Northland team their bowls to sit on.
That's right.
And they can play more positive like this.
Yeah, here's a good bowl from Janice Little. She's played very well in this game.
Yeah, she gets half an edge, she gets a shot.
Yeah, that's a great number 2 bowl, isn't it?
And that's what I like, wing bowls you can use, as long as you've got weight to them.
Yep.
And now with her first orange bowl, their last orange bowl here, it's actually a no-no bowl. It's nothing, because it wasn't over. Now they're sitting on it, no shots to play to.
That's right, and immediately the pressure swings back on to Gay Horn and her team to have to try and rescue this.
Yeah.
But Glenda Roundtree's played a good bowl here. She's going to finish past. Yeah, it's a good spot. Yeah, it's well played. So it gives them a catcher, and so now you can start looking at playing the other hand. Where you probably couldn't play the other hand before because you didn't want to get wrecked on that orange bowl and not end up with anything behind. So 17-7, we're playing end 11 of this laser eye centre. champion of champion. Round the back goes Janice Little again, showing her experience. One on, one over. So advantage still with Bowls Kensington. They lead 17-7. They need this game really just to be certain of qualifying here, or to stay on track to qualify. And to defend their title, which would be a huge achievement. And that's a poor bowl from Glenda Roundtree.
Yes.
You know, she was over with her first. We can see her first bowl at the bottom of the screen. No need to be short. You just need to match your second bowl. I played a lot of bowls at 2, as you know, Peter, for the great Phil Scoglan. And Phil used to say to me, Brett, if you can get your 2 bowls a metre behind the jack every end, whether we hold or not, we won't lose many games.
That's perfect.
Yep. And another good bowl, Dawn Owens.
Yeah, she just got to come off that bowl and.
Yeah, well, they've got 1 bowl behind, so they can definitely play to it. As you said, Peter, get any contact on that orange bowl, should be good.
They're just playing catch up now, aren't they?
But Judy plays these shots pretty well. Right, so down on the forehand side, and she's played this well. Look at this, just coming in there. She's just going to get a contact on the shot bowl. That's a great bowl from Judy Farkash. Well played. So close for shot. Diane Strawbridge gets out the finger measure. It's the first time I think we've seen that today. So Diane saying potentially that's the shot. You come up on that forehand side, look to see if you can sit the bowl, trail a jack. They've got the bulk of the bowls behind.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, she's played this pretty well.
Here's a good turn off there. Just
going to slip around behind, but again, another bowl on the head. A little bit further over than I thought. So let's assume it's 1-2 Mairangi. Gay's, you're going to use her finger measure.
Set it.
Okay, well, you heard the instruction. Draw to the closest Bowls Kensington shot. And if you do happen to get the jack, they do have a catcher behind. Right, Judy Farkash played a screamer with her first bowl, and she's close here.
Yeah, just going to hit the orange.
It's her bowl coming up. Yep, that's a good...
another bowl on the head. Might just be up.
Yeah, not going to add another shot, but it does give them another bowl on the head.
Okay.
And so that'll mean Diane Strawbridge will just have to be a little bit careful not to... She won't want to chip out her own bowl.
Yeah, how do you feel about playing off the orange bowls? And
Well, that's a shot I'd play, Peter.
Yeah.
Would be to play down that left-hand side as we're looking at the rink.
Yeah.
And
if you're playing any weight on the other hand, you might only get half your bowl and it goes out, and you could go 2-3 down. We're working off a bowl, and you got the back bowl that will come into contention, maybe a 3 then.
That's right, and and on that side, she just wants to make sure. No, I think she's just drawing, just trying to get another bowl on the head, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, she wasn't happy with that. I mean,
Yeah,
good line, just a little bit heavy.
Yeah, I just thought coming down and.
Yeah, she may have just be worrying about with that whip, if she was to turn back her own bowl a couple of rolls, she could end up being 3 down. She's only 1 down at the moment.
But it's just more the draw than anything.
That's right,
isn't it? This way here, she gets half the kitty. She's going to go 3 down. She touches it.
So,
but
Gay Horn, everything to play to here.
Yeah, Gay's got a chance of just turning that one
Absolutely,
bowl,
she does.
and that's the perfect weight for that. Great effort. See, that stopped that trail now. That's the problem. Before.
That's right. So
I thought, just inside the orange bowl, play first. You get into trouble, you got a bowl in hand to try and rectify any problems you got. But they play in the game.
That's right, and they'll see it their way.
Yeah. A bit tight here.
She is tight here. So this is a bit of an opportunity here
Yeah.
for North Harbour.
Yeah, get back into the game here. You could get
I
4 or
mean,
5.
that bowl's worth at least another 3 or 4.
Well, it could be more. That other one, 5.
Yeah. Right, so Judy Farkash.
What's going to
Well,
happen here? Oh, she's just going to
Yep.
draw it off. You got to, if you're going to go down, you got to go down trying, don't you?
Well, you got to.
You only got 4 inches to go.
This is a big opportunity for them here.
Oh. Oh, she's stalking it.
Yeah, she's looking for it.
It's going to duck, mate. It's going to duck. No weight.
Yeah, just didn't have the weight.
That's cardinal sin, really.
Yeah, look, any contact on that bowl, you were maybe 4 or 5 shots.
Or even squirt the kitty, you had 3, 4.
Completely. Yeah, no, that, and again, that's just an experience. That, she should have come up and had a look, been very certain about what shot to play. When you've got at least
Bowls around here, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, even if they've got the shot, if they could make 4 or 5 there, they're right back in the game.
Yeah.
One shot's actually of not much use to them here.
It's like playing the board, isn't it?
That's right. So and Diane Strawbridge would have known that. That's why she wasn't playing with weight.
Yeah.
And actually, she gave them a bit of a free hit.
You never know. There could be one up. You never know.
Well, they're not
You
certain.
never know. But as I say, if you're up with only 3, 4 inches to go, to get a 5, you got to go for it, don't you?
Absolutely.
One's like just a generosity.
Yeah, when they watch the replay of this game, maybe they just didn't
Some opportunity.
didn't contemplate how key that end potentially was, that they could have turned and as we see, I assumed they had one, and that's why they were playing defensively. But if they're one down, that'll be criminal.
It's pretty close, mate. I like this Jack level bowl, to be honest, but I'm not measuring it, but I'd just push it a little bit closer. So that's in, isn't it?
Oh look,
Isn't it?
if that's a shot, that's heartbreaking.
Is it?
Well, we're going to wait and see.
Well, you can see there's the arrow
Here
and
comes
there's
the
the
umpire.
XG.
Here comes
Jenny.
Janine. Here comes Janine Young, who's our expert
she's got the
umpire here. She's using calipers.
for a long one.
I think sometimes you can get a little bit more accurate.
Yeah. That's the inbuilt bowlers use that a lot, don't they?
Well, that's where I learned to use them, Peter,
Yeah.
and I just think you get a much tighter measure.
Yeah.
Always worries me a little bit with those string measures.
Oh, I worry with the fingers now.
Yeah.
With people who've got longer nails.
All right.
I still like the blue one.
Yeah, I'm with you, and if that is the shot,
That's
then
in. Look at it.
well, I think they've
That one.
Oh,
God. See, if
they've made a really bad error of judgment there. I mean, to have 5 seconds and not be playing with weight to that bowl.
yeah.
That's the game right
Four
there.
inch shot.
That's the game right there. So it's now 18-7.
I liked you on your commentating there because Noble would have said, "I'll put my house on it." Last week I won 3 houses, 3 dogs, 2 wives.
So when are you moving to fielding?
Never. I'm going to sell them. But if it was like playing Monopoly with him.
Yeah.
But that there hurts.
Yeah, that well,
Turn a 5, 6.
There's the game there. You potentially, that could have been 17-12, 17-13 maybe, if your bowl had stayed, and instead you're 18-7 behind, and you're playing like you've got one, you're holding the shot, and you drop short. I mean, that
will come off the bank here.
Yeah.
This is lovely bowl.
So I don't mean to be harsh to them, but when you watch that's how you learn in this game, is when you watch and you see, actually, we missed something there, and I think that's where an experienced team gets together. You have a discussion. Right, this is how we're going to play it.
I actually like what you said there. Is have a look at it, see what is. We're not critical. We're just being asked for comments. That's why we're commentators.
That's right. Well, and also that's how you learn in the game.
That's it. And people will think, oh, that's a bit harsh, but we're sitting here watching it, and we're trying to tell other viewers how we're thinking, and the game should be played.
Well, we're also trying to be unbiased
and
hope that anyone can win the game.
Yeah.
And when you have that sort of opportunity, you've absolutely got to take it. Anyway, the net all of that is that Bowls Kensington, Diane Strawbridge's team, who are the defending champion, look now on track to
this could
to
be the last
qualify.
end, mate.
It could be the last end.
Yeah, it could be
And,
the last end.
They may want to, just in case of differential countback, play it out. But two good bowls from Barb Hopper there.
I think it's just 3s and 4s,
Okay.
mate. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, 3s and 4s, so it's quite safe. And it's the old story. You know, you got to win. You don't rely on other people wanting to get you through. You know, so here's a good return. But they haven't laid down by any means. It's just things haven't been going their way, and you hit it on the head in a nice way. That some of their shots that they've played haven't been up to scratch.
Yeah, just that experience, just that, just not quite playing, just the shot selection not being quite right at critical times is probably the main difference in the game.
Yeah.
Having said that,
He's a good bowler.
I think this player, Janice Little, has been pretty key to Bowls Kensington because she's typically getting her 2 bowls on the head most ends.
Yeah, productive, and they're hanging around.
And it is a game of percentages. So if you've got more bowls on the head, then the chances are you've got more chance of getting the shot.
And as I say, Diane really has had an armchair ride.
She has.
Honestly, she played 2 good bowls coming down to add for the 6. But the girls have been there for her, so she's played a great skip's role by. Hey,
yeah, I think
she's had the armchair ride because she's directed the head well.
Yeah, most of the time she's been crossing over holding shots. Yeah. So as you
No
say,
pressure.
Peter, it's a lot easier. And again, there's a short bowl. You've got the shot. You've got every opportunity of turning your bowl over, sitting those back bowls, and you're dropping short. You know that.
Covering the back, just covering to the ditch even.
Yeah. You know, and as I say to players all the time, don't worry about getting the shot. It's the skip's job to get the shot. Yeah. Your job is just to get bowls on the head and then trust that your skip and your 3 in 4s are going to get those shots for you. So Janice Little just changing over the backhand. Here's a good bowl, just reaching down there, just gets a slight touch of the jack. Again, the bowl the bowl stays up. So played with good weight, ends up at the back. Unlucky perhaps not to have got the jack clean. And now Glenda Roundtree with her second bowl. And again, I'm not sure she's quite going to reach.
Well, we've got a little bit of a patch here. Here's some more results that you can read out there, and in particular one there at the 9 ends has really got me fascinated.
Yeah, well, we've got a titanic
Battle.
struggle going on out here between Lily O'Callaghan from Alexandra and Joe Edwards. They're now tied at 7-all after 9 ends, so they're going bowl for bowl. Rosalie Irwin from Drury Hill has now pulled ahead of Wendy Green from Nongataha, so she leads 12-9 after 10 ends, but really, still pretty close. Rosina Becker from Waimate in South Canterbury, she trails Leslie McClendon from Bridge Park from Auckland 8-10, so Leslie McClendon leading that game 10-8 after 11 ends, getting down to the crunch. And in the game immediately next door to this match, it's Karen De Jong and her team from Hinuera. They are leading Jessie McCaw from the Tairua Club in Thames Valley by 11 shots to 6. So 11-6 Hinuera leads Tairua, 10-8 Bridge Park leads Waimate.
Good bowl.
7-all between Nelson and Alexandra, and 12-9 Drury Hill over Nongataha. So, and back here, it's looking like Bowls Kensington potentially one down to that last bowl
like
from
one.
Judy Farkash.
Yeah, she played a good one because of good weight. She just needed to turn that front bowl there at 11 o'clock, the orange bowl, one over, or sit the brown one, and I think she just may have sneaked in for the shot here. With the blue bowl there, with the red disc next to that brown bowl there. It's got the blue disc.
So
looking pretty close.
Gay Horn having a look. So Dawn Owens just wide with her her second attempt.
Just looking at a couple of those results there, It is basically, when you're looking at it there, the field, there's a few I looked before. I wouldn't be surprised if there's only going to be about 6 or 7 qualifiers in the women. And this one here with, I know Linley there, she doesn't need it. She's out of the ballpark. So Joe must be needing this game to be playing. She's dropped one. So she's on a bit of tenterhooks here. So that's quite a dramatic game there going on. And I see even with the girls from Bridge Park there, the Auckland team, they're actually out, which they were the pairs winners there with Aggie. And they could be upsetting the team that needs it.
Yeah, so plenty at stake, Peter.
Yeah. So just for the viewers, and if you guys want to know the men's results there, just get onto the hub and have a wee look, and you'll see that they're at the Newland Bowling Club over there, and the results are coming through pretty thick and fast now.
So go into the Bowls New Zealand website, click on Bowls Hub, and there you'll find all the results, and also you'll see a link in the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page for these Laser Eye Centre men's and women's champion of champion fours. So for the first time we see Diane Strawbridge potentially with a little bit of work to do. Of course, one down won't worry her at all, but she looks like she'll be drawing down on that forehand side, trying to get another bowl on the head.
She's pretty cool. We've got her hand in the pockets, and she's just playing the board out at the moment, and just one down is good fishing at the moment, and the girls have got to start looking for shots here now, and looking at that head, there's not much more she can do than maybe just scoring a 2 or 3 here by sitting the brown bowl through the head. Now he's trying to dare draw shots. You've got to look for shots now.
Again, just getting too wide. Really, I think, Peter, the shot is coming down a little bit narrow. Well, it did come back. Look at that. She drew the shot.
And that's what's going on. And the only other next one is maybe if she comes inside that front blue bowl, set it for 4-5 now, try and go for things.
That's actually what I thought she was playing, and I think that's why she probably thought she was a bit wide. Here's Diane attacking. But no,
the idea was good. They had it looked like a good port from up there, didn't it? Coming through that short front one there.
I see our good friend Kevin Hickland's in the house. The
Kevin Shawn. Is it him?
Is that Kevin?
No, I don't think so. I think he'd be watching Marist.
Quite likely, Peter.
I think we might need to go to the Laser Eye Centre. Mate,
it's
I'm going.
It's funny. I think you're. I don't think that is Kevin.
No.
I am actually contemplating going to the Laser Eye Centre because I wear glasses, and I've talked to a number of people that have had the treatment, and they say it's very good. I only wear glasses for reading.
Mine's just for being model.
And you're a handsome man like yourself, Peter.
Mate. Thank you, mate.
So I'm delighted to see Laser Eye Centre sponsoring these Champion of Champions, and I'm even delighted because I believe there's a special deal for bowlers.
Yes, us pensioners.
So you get 20% off, is it, Peter?
Yes, it is. I'm definitely going.
Maybe a bit higher for someone of more advanced years like you.
Thank you, my friend. You're very, very.
And so I encourage all bowlers to follow our example, and if you are thinking about, I don't mind wearing glasses, but I'd certainly prefer if I didn't have to wear them.
Mate, at the moment, a bit of rain, work, they're falling down. What I would suggest we should organise a hire van, and take 10 of the bowlers that are looking to go down and support them and go down.
I think it's a great idea. So it was one to Mairangi Bay there. So 18-8 now to Bowls Kensington.
Only 10 behind. 10 behind.
10 behind. But we're playing the third to last end, 13 of 15 of this Laser Eye Centre. I think that's a great idea. We could call it the Laser Eye Centre Tour.
Yeah, but we'd have to have little stops, just to check our eyesights on the Waikato scenery going down or the Huntley scenery.
Perhaps we could secure the services of that leading New Zealand botanist, Dr. Gary Fleming, to
chaperone as the
guide. And just because as our eyesight improves and we get a chance, he'd look better, and also he'd be able to just point out some of those some of the botanicals that we're going to be able to see in much more vivid colour than we can today. And having had the pleasure of his company on a botanical tour of Australia, I know just what a mine of information the great guru Dr. Gary Fleming is.
He'd be a great tour guide, wouldn't he? I don't know if he'd like us tipping him. I think we'd have to be paying him in refreshments.
Yeah, well, and of course that might require a tour actually up into this Northland area, because I understand he's now based at One Tree Point.
Well, we could all stay up there in the carrot, maybe all,
Yeah, and there are a lot of botanicals of all sorts to be found in Northland. So
wouldn't have to twist my arm.
No, well, look, I think for those bowlers that may be interested in joining the Laser Eye Centre tour, look out for further information.
It's coming.
Yeah, I agree with you, Peter. As someone who has to carry a pair of glasses so I can measure, and then a pair of sunglasses to keep...
nice bowl coming up.
And I do have lenses that can...
Bifocals, no?
Graduated lenses, and also sunglasses built in. I still have never got used to playing in them. I'd rather just play in sunglasses or not have to wear glasses at all. Anyway, that's a good bowl from Glenda Roundtree. That's the sort of play I've seen a lot from her in North Harbour in the last couple of seasons as one of the top junior women players. And Janice Little now, that's that experience, just playing with a little bit of weight, looking to reach
over
it.
the head.
They're only one down. She knows that they need a bowl behind, so just playing to look to sit the bowl, trail a jack.
What's that clock over there say? About 10 minutes left? 14?
So we may not get the full 15 ends.
What's that? Oh, yeah. What's that? 12.
So
12.
12
that
minutes.
was very good from the camera crew there. Well sorted out.
Outstanding. So I think we can assume that we'll get 14 ends of this.
At least 2 more, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mate?
So if Marangi Bay are to have any chance of winning this game, they've definitely got to look for a 3 or a 4 here.
4's in mind.
Yep. I mean, 10 behind, so 4 or 5 here would help.
It's usually 7.5 minutes just to get the viewers and listeners know what's happening. It's to get an end over with. If it's a long end, maximum end, usually about 7 to 7.5, as long as there's not too much walking and discussions. So that's 7, and there again, you've got 4 minutes left to play that other end. So you've no more than 2 ends, would it?
That's right. And unfortunately, in the middle of all of this, Janice Little,
she's coming again.
Yeah, she's just been the rock in
the
this,
MVP player of this.
Absolutely, she's been the rock in this Kensington side, and I've got to say, on form, I think these guys, they could be pretty hard to beat.
Oh, as you know, they're playing as a team, so
they are.
Actually, the more you looked at that, I take it back. It does look like Kevin Shawn. And I know first glance, like you said.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen him for a little while. I must.
No. Well,
now he's a man of retirement. He's though I understand he's doing some work at Marist.
That's it. He's got a scarf on. He looks like Earl Curtin now.
Really?
Yes.
Well, the Marist Club are very fortunate to have him. One of New Zealand's leading bowls administrators, and someone you and I have played a lot of bowls with, and I've done a lot of commentary work with over the period of time. So.
Yes, no. Oh, Kevin puts his heart into things.
He sure does.
That's a good home, eh?
Yeah, that's again just showing that experience. They've got the shot, just getting another bowl on the head, just consolidating.
Yes, no. He's a true Maris supporter. Tyke, two packy down in Tauranga. Two copper. That's it. That's it.
Sorry, Taranaki.
Yeah, that's his little thing. Look, you're not going to miss by much here.
Yeah, good effort.
Yes.
And it is, and at this stage of the game, even if Mairangi have the shot, they've got to look at making more. One's no good to them.
Well, even it gets to the stage and you're hoping, kill it. Just kill it, and hopefully you get a 4 on that end.
Here's Dawn Owens again. Just she's been very steady in her own right as well. So we think we're watching the second last end of this game. Been played in a good spirit, but it's really just been the experience of the defending champions. They did drop a 5, and we thought that might have been a significant turning point in this game, but then they immediately responded by scoring a 6 themselves, and really it's been pretty much one-way traffic for most of this game. Not to say that the Moringi team haven't played well.
Here's a good bowl coming through, I think, there, buddy.
But they just haven't had the experience in those clutch runs.
Well, there's definitely the shot now.
Yep. They've got the shot. Good bowl from Gay Horn.
Yes, nice.
So now they've got to start thinking, right, how do we make more shots out of this? Is that sitting through that light blue bowl, pushing it through, and maybe sitting in there for 3?
And there's follow through, yeah.
That's probably their best chance of scoring a number, because 1's no good to them. The maximum they can score here is 8, obviously.
Just as long as Diane doesn't play anything stupid and taking her own bowl out, and then,
No, I think
just one.
I think she'll just be drawing up.
Just quietly.
Draw into that gap, Peter. She can probably play with a metre of weight reasonably safely. Yeah, and that's exactly what she's playing. A little bit quicker than we thought.
Yeah, this is what I say.
But again, a good percentage, because if she missed that bowl, she got so good line and weight, and so.
So there'll be a few people rushing home to watch the game tonight, I suppose. There was a possibility. Well, I think there could be a possibility that there might be another game about 5:15 tonight here.
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of bowls, a lot of sport to watch tonight. So we've of course got some more bowls to come in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champions, and it will conclude tomorrow with the finals at Royal Oak, and then we've got. A rugby test tonight, Peter. We've got the marathon at the Olympics. Right. We've hopefully got some more gold medals coming New Zealand's way in the canoeing.
Track and field, a couple of track and field ones left. Yeah.
Oh, great to see Maddie Wesh, local Auckland woman, almost got the gold in the shot put, following in the steps of Valerie Adams. And I meant to tell you earlier, Peter. Valerie Adams has told me that she'd be very interested in trialling for the Tongan Bowls team.
Mate, we got a shirt for her. She can have my shirt.
So there you are. Wouldn't
I'll
that be
get my
amazing
shirt off my back
if
if
we
she
saw
turns
Dame
up.
Valerie Adams playing bowls for Tonga?
Oh, more than welcome. I'm not saying she's guaranteed to be in.
Well, her and Millie Nathan would be the two. That
would be
fearless. They'd be like Sharon Sims and Joe Edwards back in the day, who were probably one of the best pairs combinations the world bowls has ever seen.
Would you ever argue with Millie and Valerie on the head?
I don't think so.
No, so foregone conclusion,
I don't think so. I think you'd be measuring most ends.
I would.
You'd just say, I'll accept the measure, and
I'll gladly bring her in, open arms.
So good effort there from Gay Horn, looking to just try and sit that bowl of Kensington's through just a little wide. And so one it is to Moringi Bay, as Diane Strawbridge plays her last bowl. We'll have time, we think, for one more end.
Yes, they might shake the claw, I think, mate. Surely.
Here she comes.
She's a bit wide, I think,
just a
mate.
bit wide. Yeah. Surprised she's playing with quite that much weight, but she obviously feels that if she got her bowl, she'd probably stay. So one it is to Moringi. So there's unfortunately no chance that they can now win this game. So that'll make it 18-9 after 13 ends. We won't have time for 15 ends, so this will be the last end. There you are. There's our clock, and our umpire David there.
So I thought they may have looked at the clock and decided, well, they're not going to get a 9 last end, and
they
trail by my arithmetic? Sorry, that's 9 points, and they can only score a maximum 8. So
I'm not sure what the logic is there, but anyway, I mean, I guess you want to,
score.
And also you don't get many opportunities to play at this level in the game, so you want to enjoy it and maybe finish well. Be nice to finish with a flourish,
of course.
And Rosemary Nicol, who's played some good steady stuff, leads us off on this 14th end. And she'd be pretty happy with this first bowl. It's again very handy, and she certainly has played some good bowls, but it's been that rock in the middle of this Kensington team, the experienced duo of Janice Little and Dawn Owens, who have really
The old engine room.
And they've set the game up for their skip, Diane Strawbridge, who other than the first end of the game has really not had so much. I mean, she's played some good bowls. Don't get us wrong. She's drawn some and added a lot of shots, but typically she's been holding. So good opener from Barb Hopper.
And she's controlled the game, she hasn't been stupid when she has been down. Not very often she has, but it's just covering bowls when she has had the shot. So it's been a good skipping game by her in that respect. But the whole team has played as a team, and it's no disrespect to the Mairangi Bay girls. They've just been outplayed today.
Yeah, and I think, if they get a chance to watch this, they'll just see the benefit of a little bit of experience. Building heads, not trying to get the shot all the time, just making sure
cover bowls up,
bowls on the head.
Yeah, here's a good return. They'll come home. There's a nice hand there. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah,
no, he's been short when when one's sitting on it.
two consistent bowls there from Barbara, and. I expect when we get down to the
nitty-gritty stuff,
they'll be there.
Yep. Yeah, there's some good cattle left in the women actually. I'm just saying I don't know the results of like the Joe's game, but just some of the ones that have qualified in the women with Lisa White. Then you've got Sarah Scott's team there from down the
from
North East Valley team. They're pretty well stacked there as well. Then you've got last year's winner here, and it's always good that the last year winners is hanging around, because it goes to show it's no, what's the saying, no fluke. Their bowls are performing for them.
Oh, look, I think day in, day out, Diane Strawbridge is one of the most consistent players in the game in New Zealand. And Australia, she's built up a very good record over there with Australia.
And she doesn't look flash, but she just does the job.
And really good temperament, clearly, Peter. Just plays very unlucky not to win the Masters at the Australian Open this year. They were, I think, dropped to 4 on the last end.
Yeah.
To go to an extra end and then just dipped out on the extra end. She's a very consistent player, and you just see that experience of playing into centre. And bowls at that high level when you get to these events, you have a sort of a blueprint or a game plan that you can follow, which is not highly complex. It's just understanding what to do. That's unlucky from Glenda Roundtree.
Oh, I just look at Diane's manner on the green there. Very laid back. As I say, hand in the pocket. Doesn't seem and there's no disrespect of being an older person. She's still producing, but she's got a great manner about herself there. I haven't seen her phased about anything or.
No, it just keeps her team calm.
Yeah, I like the way she uses that stick. I don't know if that sticks. If you don't do it, I'm going to give you a little bit of a paddywhack.
Well, Peter, you might have to see if she'll play mixed pairs with you to find out.
Well, I've had my version of mixed pairs. There's a few people would bring something up. Thorny, why are you playing mixed pairs? I'll just say, I don't get asked to play bowls now.
Well, I'm always keen for a game. So
I know, mate. It's just fitting in time with you. You're a jet setter. I couldn't keep up with you, mate. Well, you'll be going over to Dubai next, won't you? Jacking a green up over there. Wouldn't that go down a treat?
Well, it's funny you should say that. That is one of the locations that both the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are two countries that we're talking to at the moment about bowls. So here's a great bowl from Judy Farkash. And I've got to tell you, this Mairangi team are coming home with a wet sail. They're holding 3 here.
Yes.
If
you need some help on that one to Dubai and all the way over there, I'm more than interested.
Well, I'm sure we'll need an expert commentary team.
Oh, well, look, I might even pay for my own accommodation. Not the airfares, but just the accommodation.
All right, well, thank you, Peter. It's a very generous offer. Here's Dawn Owens now, just coming down, looking to just try and get one close.
And this is what breaks your heart with these girls.
Yeah, look, that's classy stuff.
Yeah, one minute you're looking at holding a bunch, and it happens all the time, doesn't it?
Keeping the game tight, and it's only really been the one end in this game when they dropped the 5.
There's the fire alarm.
Yep.
Got to vacate.
So that's our time limit. We're up. and you see Gay Horn just seeing if Judy Farkash can come down, trail that jack, or sit the Dawn Owens bowl.
Yes.
Won't make any difference to the result of the game. Bowls Kensington will win this and keep themselves in contention for qualifying in this event. I think this win will get them over the line.
Yeah, they were playing for their life on this one. So
and Judy's played this well.
Get a slide.
She's going to get a slide.
But good weight. There was weight there for trail or sit that, we'll say, that brown bowl at 9 o'clock.
And then Diane Strawbridge directing traffic with the stick, just saying to Dawn Owens, now I want you to swap your hand, just come and cover those bowls. Just making sure they get a bit of insurance.
Yes.
And Dawn's not going to quite get round it this time, but she's got good pace, so it'll be another on the head. Yeah, see, that's the benefit of playing with good weight. Wasn't where she wanted to be, which was covering those two bowls, but she locks in her own bowl there now.
Yeah.
And, we might even see Diane Strawbridge play with a bit of weight to that, Peter. She's got the back bowls, so she might decide, she can't lose the game.
No.
She might decide to play down there with a little bit of weight now that she's got two on the head, but we'll see. She might just be equally happy to go one down. So, Gay Horn with her last two bowls of this game.
She holds herself well on the mat, didn't she? You're all correct there.
Yeah,
that's good stance.
I think technically all of these players are pretty good. It's just the experience.
Here's
at
a
this
good
level.
track. Here's a good
She
track.
played this brilliantly.
Here's a
Look
good
at
track.
this.
She's going to get a 4 hit. No, she's going to work.
Whoa.
What a grand
Just
effort.
dived. Looked like she was on a very good line.
It's still on again. She get 4 or 5. If this back ball might come in,
That's
build
why
them up.
No, Diane just decided to draw to it. I thought she might have been tempted to run down there and
just go for it.
herself.
Cut down all the.
But
all the
she's
damage.
just
Well, she might come out around or going to get wooded here on her.
Yeah, she,
Just got a slice of
well,
heaven.
that's not the worst place in the world. That's ugly. That's
Maybe
ugly for the Murray
what do
team.
you think about playing the same shot and get a squeeze?
Yeah, she could change her hand and just run down there.
Oh, see, that's a little bit.
Ooh.
I like the other shot. Looks.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
you sit in that bowl, squirts. And that's what you say, a little bit of the inexperience of some of the. When you're looking for shots, you've got to go be brave.
Yep.
And this becomes the half-hearted, skinny shot.
That's right.
And I don't think the weight was there, mate.
No.
And I know it's last in, there's no chance, but
I think you and I would say you like to see players playing with very deliberate weight. And that to me was a shot of someone who wasn't sure what they were doing. They hadn't made up in their own mind what they were doing, so they played a half and half shot.
see, she put the weight on this time. It's should come right down. Oh, it's going to duck, I think, mate.
Well, this will be our last bowl of the game. Yeah. So when the dust clears, it'll be one, we think, to Mairangi Bay, but it is a win to the Bowls Kensington team. 18-10 is our final score. So defending champions, Diane Strawbridge, Dawn Owens, Janice Little and Barb Hopper from the Bowls Kensington Club in the Northland Centre are through to the elimination stages of the Laser Ice Centre Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion Women's Fours. They've beaten Mairangi Bay team, a gallant Mairangi Bay team skipped by Gay Horn with Judy Farkash and Glenda Roundtree and Rosemary Nicol. But in the end, just too much experience, Peter.
Yeah.
Their form bodes well, doesn't it, for Diane's team to be contenders in post-section tomorrow.
Definitely. And don't forget, too, viewers and listeners, there's actually another 2 games. So we're not too sure how the draw is looking, but we know that Diane is qualified, plus with a couple of the others at the moment. We may have a little bit of a flash coming through if we could just hang on for a tick at the moment.
So
and we've got a game here at the moment, and it's just all over. Joe Edwards actually won that game over Lindley from the Central Otago team 10-7, so that must have been a ripper of a game.
So
thanks very much.
So Joe Edwards playing with Val Smith, Kay Hammond and Diane Holland, so they'll be through.
And
And that was against Lily O'Callaghan, Yvonne McCutcheon, Carol Woods and Ruth Grant from Alexandra.
Yeah, that's it.
And we'll bring you other scores as they become available. So stay around. We've got another game to go, and because there are buys coming in, in each round, that means that we have an uneven number of teams playing all the time. So you'll see some more bowls this afternoon, and as the qualifying teams for tomorrow's eliminations become obvious in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion Fools event, we'll bring that to you as well. And we'll also try and update you on what's been happening in the Men's Champion of Champions event, the Laser Eye Centre event, which is being played at New Lynn. If you want to see all of those results, the best place to find them is, of course, on Bowls Hub. So go to your Bowls New Zealand website or to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, and you'll see links through to those results. But on behalf of Peter Thorne, it's Brett O'Reilly and our technical team here at Royal Oak. We're going to sign off for a few minutes.
Just before we go, I think we're tuned to get back in at 2:45.
We are. So in about 25 minutes, we'll see you back here on the YouTube channel, and look out for some more high quality bowls this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy.
Welcome back to the Royal Oak Bowling Club for the Laser Eye Centre Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion Women's Fours. We're here in the last round of section play, and we're going to bring you a critical last round clash. With me in the commentary position is Peter Thorne. I'm Brett O'Reilly, and Peter, we've got an exciting game here between two teams. One that's already qualified, skipped by Briar Atkinson, one of the rising stars of our game here in New Zealand. Briar playing with her mother Tina, Jackie Moahu and Alicia Key. And they're up against the combination from Jury Hill, Rosalie Irwin, Janine Noble, and Janine, of course, the wife of Mark Noble, who regularly is in the commentary position with us in these Bowls New Zealand events. And joining them in that team are Jess Power and Mary Winterburn. So, on our graphics it's saying Galen Toady and Jess Power. So we'll just check that for you because that's different to the participants listed in the program. So we will...
we'll check that, no problems.
But just this opening end here. So the criticality of this game is that the Paratutu team, skipped by Briar Atkinson, have already qualified. And they joined some other big name teams. The Nelson team, skipped by Joe Edwards. The defending champions, Diane Strawbridge and her team from Bowls Kensington, and other teams that have qualified. But for the Jury Hill team, they're still looking to get through in this event. And so if they can win this game, they will also qualify for post-section tomorrow. So we'll confirm those names for you of that Jury Hill team. But Peter, a good game in prospect.
Oh, no doubt it will be with Briar. They're already qualifying, and the girls there trying to come through and grab this game off them. I can see it a bit like that last game there. It's going to be with one with the leads and twos up front, naturally in a game of fours. And as I keep saying, we'll be into the game in about two each way. So we'll be looking for no doubt a super game, especially when the girls from there are wanting this to qualify. But I'm sure the Tauranga girls are going to have something to say about it.
So for viewers, it's the Paratutu team who have the red discs on their bowls. And just as Galen Toady draws the shot for Jury Hill, it's Jackie Moahu, who is the number 2 in the Paratutu team, who plays her second bowl on this first end. As Peter said, it'll take a couple of ends in each direction for them just to feel their way out. But already some good bowls being played, and there's tit for tat. Jackie sits out Galen's bowl for shot. So it's Paratutu holding the shot as Rosalie Irwin indicates a change of hand is required. And here's Janine Noble.
Janine out there, she steps a bit like old Mark. You see her comes off the other foot, so I think she's been coached by Mark maybe. I just find their bowling attire at the moment is quite out there. You'll see at the back there on her sweat top it's got Go the Hill, and the Tauranga girls I actually quite like their uniform as well, where they've got the mountain there on it as well, and I'm pretty sure that we'll have some comments coming through from the master, Mr. Hassel, from down there. He'll be tuning into this to make sure that we're doing things right, I think.
Absolutely. So Tina, with her first bowl, Tina Atkinson-Watt, mother of Briar, and her and Briar have built up an incredibly good record in that very strong Taranaki centre over the last few years. And I had the pleasure of Briar's company in Singapore, Peter, at the Lion City Cup. Briar played in the under-25 pairs up there with Olivia Manser, and they were successful in winning a silver medal in that event in the ends under-25 pairs, and I would describe Briar as probably one of the most consistent draw players I've seen in the New Zealand game for quite a long time, and clearly someone with immense ability, great temperament, and I'm sure we'll get to see all of that today as Janine Noble sneaks around that short bowl and just slips past, but it's Jury Hill, Rosalie Irwin's team holding 2, maybe 3, as Tina Atkinson Watt plays her second bowl of this first end.
Yes, old Jean was down there in the Champ pairs. She was a bit unfortunate not to qualify, but she showed her skills out there. So I'll be picking that she'll be keeping the team together as well as the third in the team, and no doubt if things are getting a bit tight, she'll be into it. She is actually an attacking player as well. As I say, a bit of the same style as Mark plays. He doesn't like to be down on the head too much and takes control, and I'm sure he's pretty sure, as you see now, she's talking to the skip now about what's going on. So she's quite an experienced player herself.
Yeah, I've known Mark since we were teenagers together.
He mentioned you that when he had his wee accident.
He his parents and my grandparents played in the same bowling club, Central Petone, in the Wellington Centre, and Mark and I started about the same time. He started at the Petone Club, and I started because they moved their age limit so you could start when you're 18, and so he started at Petone, and then Central followed suit and changed their age limit. So I started at Central, and Janine's parents, Harry and Josie Martin, were also at the Central Bowling Club, so I've known Janine about the same length of time. And then eventually Mark joined Central as well, and we played a lot of bowls together. And he always played off, because of his accident, car accident, where he was hit and dragged by a car. He's always played off the wrong foot, as we say. So the same foot as his arm. Here's Bri, that nice, smooth, rhythmical delivery of hers.
Yeah, but if the viewers have just tuned in, and listeners, of course, you'd be thinking that this is quite a shocker, but the jack's actually been moved, so, and here's a top bowl coming in here.
Well played by Bri.
Bri was one down there, so she just come in and drawn the shot, but if the viewers just tuned in and think, oh, that was a bit of a shocking head, you'd actually see the jack has been moved quite considerably.
Yep, we had 2 or 3 touches already, after the first end.
So we're in for a cracker.
Rosalie Irwin with her second bowl. Players must be feeling a little bit cold out there, because there seemed to be a lot of jackets on. I went for a walk and it didn't feel cold to me.
I think being in the clubhouse, we had the heaters and everything were warm, and now they've come outside. It's the atmosphere is a little bit different at the moment. So Briar again, coached these days by Morris Symes. Yeah, the old the Fonz. The Fonz. He'll be. Oh, she wouldn't be too happy with that one after what we've just said.
Well, but again, a very good line, but she played a screamer with her first, so that's 1 to Paratutu.
It doesn't matter how good you are, we all play those.
Yep, and Bri just plays with that same sort of relaxed style that Morris made famous and over many seasons.
Yeah, I just feel myself with the style and bowlers and that. It doesn't really matter how you stand, what you do. It's at the end of the day is where that bowl gets towards the jack. And we've seen some great bowlers over the years that you look at them and you think, how come they're the best bowlers we've had? If you could remember the likes of, say, Brass, he doesn't even put his hand on his knee like this young girl here does. Rowan used to put his elbow half on that. Then you had the great Ivan Kosnich. He was like excuse the pun, a fish out of water. He used to just flatter around.
Well,
Kerry Clark.
He played a little bit like Patong. I think the most important thing, Peter, is that you do the same thing every time.
That's it. Yeah.
As long as as you keep your head still, and as long as the point of release is about the same place every time, then you adapt to suit sometimes your physiology, but also just the way you like to play. So
Well, you just see that it's all different greens where different weight they want to stand and move forward like that. Like, just excuse the expression, the Poms, the Aussies use mats. I just sometimes you see them. Some coaches overcoach their players, where they take that little bit of natural ability out of them. It's like holding a snooker or pool cue.
Yep.
To a lot of other sports. I look at this young girl's Alicia's delivery there. I know she's younger. The joints aren't like us, and it gets down smooth. And as you know, on carpet, you got to have that smooth delivery, the flow, and you'll get results. It's when you start doing that double dump, I call it. Bowls don't seem to go where you want them to go.
But I think to your point, Peter, if you looked at the top players in the world, if you looked at the top women, people like Kelsey Cottrell, Taylor Bruce, and Noor Farah, who are the top 3 in the world at the moment in the women, all very different deliveries, very different styles. Some fundamentals the same, as I say. They keep their head still. The point of release tends to be at the same place every time, but how they hold their bowl, how they grip their bowl, and their step are all very different. But
That's a good bowl back there.
Yep, good bowl from Jackie there. It's Jess Power, the jury who'll lead holding shot.
Yes.
And Rosalie Irwin giving Galen Toady the option of hands to play.
Play your favourite normally, isn't it?
Left-hander.
Yeah.
Pleased to see that. Every good team. Every good team needs one.
Well, I just had
all the great teams have 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there was left-handers club at once, wasn't there? And my good friend John Carruthers, he plays left, and you just do your head in following the lefties bowl. They just seem to get away with that tighter delivery at times.
Yeah, I think
tighter line.
I'm a left-hander, as you know, Peter, and I think it's just the angle that you deliver it on. It creates a bit of an optical illusion. So here's Jackie with her second bowl.
Have you just noticed the Taranaki team there, that their deliveries are all quite very smooth?
Yep. Close here.
I just find like that the smooth delivery on carpet is essential.
Yep. And I think one thing that you would say about Taranaki is they've always been well coached. Their players, I think, of people like Vic Blantz, who was a great coach. John Murter, of course, coach of Taranaki and of New Zealand. Morris Symes now returning to Taranaki to keep the Greens at Fitzroy, and a host of others who have been involved. Dave Baldwin, of course.
Yeah, they've just had a history of top bowlers down there over the years, haven't they? You can't forget Ken Murder, John's dad. Then you had the Baldwins, of course, family ones. Then you had
the MacArthur,
Spurtle, Barney, and that. List goes on. I was fortunate enough in that era that I had a chance to play against those guys over the years, and they were just legends in their own way.
And some great women players, Pearl Diamond.
Pearl.
Kathy Fleming now.
It's a nice, good home.
They've had some very, very good players. Kristen Stamper, who's still very, very good player from down there. But in the recent times, it's been Briar Atkinson and her mother Tina, who have increasingly featuring.
You've got the other one of the gentlemen down there, the young guy, Kalen.
Yeah, Kalen
and
who actually plays at both Paratutu and Jury
Hill. Yeah.
His father Phil, of course, is the president of Bowls New Zealand, and Phil's here today. I was just talking to him briefly in the clubhouse. So
I see the young boy's got a great future. I was fortunate enough that he was involved up at the Oceania when he come to light, where he won the medal up there playing. Funny enough, the guy in our
Chris
boy
Smith
from Tonga,
and
he showed mature. Just a bit short on that. Very mature in the way he played his game, and even last weekend he was up here in the triples, and he skipped the team up here, playing very well as well. So I actually rate him quite highly on my books, and
and obviously playing with some other good young players, Aidan Zitterstein, who plays for the Cook Islands, Hamish Karpe, Daryl Reid.
And that's what we were getting on about before.
Cameron Hoyle.
They're the young ones coming through.
Adam Collins.
We haven't got enough of that young bunch coming through at the moment. Okay, we have got the likes of Keanu, Finbar, and Seamus, Sheldon. But Sheldon has settled himself more into the the international arena at the moment, where the ones are just hanging around, biting at the heels with these top guys like Ali, Shannon, Tony Grantham, and those. It's good to know that we have got this group, but we've got another little group just behind them now.
Yeah, I agree, and I think when you look at someone like Jordan Keane, been playing less than 5 years and wins the New Zealand Champion of Champions singles, but it underscores the need to, we're seeing many of those players coming out of the centres that are running good programs to get young people playing.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at. With the youths there, we've just got to make sure that we keep them around. She's pretty close here, mate.
Briar's played this very well.
No hole is there.
Gap? No, she gets the jack.
That's a good percentage shot there.
Now, will it stayed in?
Yeah,
so
she got the clap there from...
and you can see that back bowl there of Jackie Moorhoos. So I think there's at least one, if not two, to Paratutu.
Mm-hmm. Good shot.
Yep. Played it very, very well. So there's the jack, and you can see the blue bowl of Jackie Moorhoos. You can see the and the other two bowls to the left of that, just to the left of the number one, are also red disc bowls. So I'm going to call it's Paratutu holding at least two, maybe three, as Rosalie Irwin plays her second bowl.
She runs her out. She'd be pretty good because
she's close here.
Yeah, down. It's because where everyone stands. She might be three down, I think, mate.
Yeah, at least two, Peter. At least two. I'm just having a look out of the window in our commentary position because they're right out in front of us, and it's at least two, I think.
She's got bowl in hand, so there's a bonus shot coming up here.
Yeah,
might have to move that bowl.
No, they've got Linny O'Callaghan. The Central Tigers picks it up, and Bryce played a screamer here. Look at this.
Yeah. So there's two great bowls.
That's the class of the young player.
Yeah.
She really.
She's got a great future. There's no doubt about that. The old story now is we've got to keep her around in the game, or
so. So I apologise. The score's wrong on our board. It's actually Paratutu leading 1-0.
Yeah.
Paratutu leading 1-0 after the first end, and so Rosalie Irwin just going to be a little bit quick
she
here.
might sit on something.
No, just going to fall in. So let's see what the measure count is. Tina Atkinson and Janine having a look. Two it is. So two shots. So
good turnaround by that was two shots really to Briar.
So now 3-0. Paratutu leads Jury Hill after two of the 15 ends.
See, that's good top there they got there with the mountain and the ground and graphic into it.
Yeah, and it's good to see so much colour in the game now, isn't it, Peter, compared to when you and I first started, it was all whites.
Whites, we went, we had umpires looking, if you wore the wrong underwear, they would tell you to, change, and it's quite different.
I can remember Rowan Brassey and Danny O'Connor being disqualified out of a mixed pairs event because they had bracelets on. And in those days, if an event was run under the women's rules, when we had separate rules, men weren't allowed to wear a bracelet.
Well, I think I was around then, mate. I was there, and Danny always had one, and he was playing with one of the ladies. Ryan was playing. I was actually there. I'm pretty sure I was there in that tournament, and I actually hid mine up, and the lady turned around and she said, no jewellery was to be worn. That was necklaces. The women weren't allowed to wear necklaces, and that was when the skirts were supposed to be just above below the knee.
Yep, I can remember the tape measure coming out, Peter, to measure whether the skirts were regulation distance from the ground. Thank goodness those days have gone. Now it's squats and skirts and shorts.
Well, I'm just thinking here, you brought back a bit of the past. I was with my wife now that I'm with now. Of course, I've only got one wife.
I hope so.
Well, I don't know what's going to come out the closet here, but yes. But what I'm trying to say
I'm just
is
getting Virginia on the line now.
What was actually happening there? Remember, they weren't even allowed in the bar area.
I remember.
And if there was a petition,
the women always wore hats in the clubhouse.
And we were going out. And Rowan and myself were still playing league and rugby. What actually happened was there was a dividing wall there. We used to pull the table up to that dividing wall. The girls used to sit there and we'd be sitting to them, and we had to buy them a drink, and they weren't allowed into the bar areas then.
So Jess Power just sliding through there. So 2 at the moment to Alicia Key.
That was 2 great bowls.
Yeah, good start. And Jackie Moore, who now on her backhand side.
And we got Des up there, the great scone maker.
Oh, look, a legend. If there was a scone
Scone doer or scone?
No, if there was a scone competition in New Zealand, he'd be a finalist every time.
Oh, he would. He loves the apron on.
Yep.
And he loves the kitchen, and he does a fantastic job here at Royal Oak Bowls. So
Galen Tody now,
he's got the powder over on his apron there. You see?
Oh, look, yeah, he's a man of action.
Oh, he is.
And Peter, do you have are you a cheese scone man or maybe a date scone?
I like cheese, and I like my scones cold.
Oh,
yes. I think they have more flavour cold. I think a hot scone, to me, breaks apart when you pick it up to have it with your cup of tea.
Well, I think it depends on how it's made. I can tell you, as a young man, I lived with my grandmother after my grandfather died for a year, and my grandmother who'd worked in big country houses when she was a younger woman. That nice hot doorstop scone, a little bit of honey and butter, and a nice mug of coffee in the morning. I tell you what, I didn't want to leave. I mean, it was like living in a tourist lodge.
I'm speechless now.
And it was that grandmother both sets of my grandparents got me into bowls, and I used to play bowls on their back lawn when I was probably about 10 years old.
Here's a good bowl.
Anyway, back here at the
that's
bowls,
going to upset a few shots.
Galen Tody has drawn the shot for Jury Hill, that's 1 to them. Plenty of room.
No, I just feel when they reheat them, because it's hard to get them straight out of the oven. If they're out of the oven, yes, but when you get into the calf bars or they never taste the same.
Well, the problem with the microwave is it
steams it over.
Yeah, and it does fragment them. You need to have it in the oven, and so here's a good bowl from Tina.
Do you think we could become the scone? What do they call it? Scone awards, like they have the pie awards.
Well, as long as we're not the scone doers,
no,
Peter.
Well, that's what I thought you were referring to later, but before. Sorry.
I think we know a few people in the game that we could describe that way, but we of course wouldn't discuss that.
Not on air.
No. But here's Janine Noble.
That's just passing a little bit of time. She's got a lot of bowls to sit on here, Red.
Yeah, and Janine's very steady. I mean, she's built up a really good record in national events over the last few years.
Yes, and that's why I thought that could be the backbone in this. If things were a little bit scattered, she'll come in there and just plonk one in there.
Yeah, look, I think she reads the game very well. She's watched a lot of bowls, both with her husband Mark and also her parents, Josie and Harry. Yeah. And so, I think she will be one of those players that you'll expect to sort of hold things together. And here's another good bowl from Tina, just slips by. So
I'm not too sure how many teams are out there playing at the moment. Can you see?
Yeah, we've got 4 games in total being played here.
So there must be a few that
people battling it out to qualify.
Yeah, I think at one stage there was about 6 to 7 teams.
So
is the far north out there? I don't.
Haven't seen them. So there's another good bowl from Janine Noble. That's 2 crackers.
Yeah, that's good.
So having said that, and I'm maybe a bit of a broken record, that's a lot of room for Briar Atkinson.
Well, as we've said before, the easier shots are the hardest ones. But as you say, she's been away on tour. Well, I would say been away and had bowls under her belt at the moment, and under that pressure, she's been continually been under pressure with the bowls at the moment, and I'm sure she could rectify this head. But
Yeah, I mean, third in the New Zealand singles this year, runner-up in the New Zealand pairs with 10th pot gear.
Good green from here for those
Yeah.
bowls, mate.
Yeah,
She
this
got the
bowl will
weight, it'll
turn
come
pretty
home.
well.
Yeah.
If she's close here.
She comes home good off that.
Yeah, it's a great bowl from Dwyer.
Yeah. And
I'm
she's-
pleased I didn't put the commentator's curse on her.
No, well, she's actually, if you look at it for the last, well, basically this is the 13, but all her bowls have been productive. You know,
Yep.
like she put that in the ditch, she drew one, the last end was there, and it's a bit different than the game with the previous game where Diane hadn't had to do anything. Briar's actually having to do a little bit when the team is taking the shots off her players, and her players are actually been playing well as well. But Briar's just coming in when the head's looking for the opposition to score. Just a bit tad wide. She'll come home around that bowl.
Played this well.
Yeah, she got the weight. Oh, just hung just a tad. Just a tad.
Yeah, we've seen the bowls hang a little bit on that hand. If they're slightly overweighted, they just won't turn.
See that, and she got the XGs, or no? I think she's got the Thomas. What's the GTRs? I think she's using.
Okay.
I think the way that was hanging with the other ones, the last game all the girls were using the Henslight's XGs. They were all coming home a bit more, weren't they? That was just.
So Rosalie Ewan, her last bowl of this third end, looking to get her team on the board. They're one down, but they've got a couple of seconds, and she'll be just probing down, trying to get her contact. She's just drifted a bit wide there.
Going to slip something in. Just the one, eh?
Yeah, just the one to Paratutu, but that's all they need. Maintaining their advantage. Out comes one. Just going to have a look. I think that bowl that just got turned around there by Rosalie just may have come into the measure. Alright, so they're just going to get down and measure that second one just with that bowl that got turned around, just in case that's ended up getting a second shot. A little bit hard to tell from our camera angle, but we'll let you know. If you are looking for results in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion Falls event, have a look at the Bowls New Zealand website and at the Bowls Hub section of that, but also look at the Facebook page, and there'll be a link to the results there. So looks like there might have been. Well, I'm not sure if they took that out as a shot or not. Let's have a look.
Take those off. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we talked about, glasses, how they fall down.
Yep. And you've got to be careful they don't fall on the jack.
Well, that's it. Well, she did the right thing. She basically near biffed them.
Yeah. All right, so Tina Atkinson,
So that would be a great one for the Laser Eye Centre, for her to pop in and have a wee consultation about. Now it's back on the head. Oh, not giving much away, are they? To us?
I heard Janine Noble say 3, so it looks like that unfortunately Rosalie's turned in. Yes, it is 3. So she's turned in a bowl on the outside, and clearly, just on the angle, one of those red bowls was counting as well before Bri drew the shot. So we couldn't quite see that from our camera angle. But when the dust clears, it's 3 to Paratutu, so they extend their lead out now to 6 shots to 0 after 3 of the 15 ends in this Laser Eye Centre Bowls New Zealand Women's Champion of Champion Fours.
It's a bit like that last game, Brett, that the girls, Diane's team, got off to a flyer there in the sprint, and then, the middle stage there, and this is what I was trying to say before. They're getting into their rhythm about the lengths, and that 2 each way, they're setting into what they're wanting to play.
Yep, that's a good opener from Alicia Key.
Alicia's actually played some good foundations to this, not hammering it, but great foundations, really handy.
And as we talked about during the last game, in fours it's about building the head. You don't have to get the shot, but you do, but if you can get bowls around the head that give the third and the skip, to
use and
to
things.
use
and
and play those shots.
That's what I'm making. Why I'm thinking of that previous game about a bowl that's sitting on it and not being over a little bit more. That's about, what's that, 3 meters short, I'd say.
That's right.
Yeah. Even though you're not going to get the shot, just it's like blocking a hand.
So Alicia just going a little wide this time.
Yeah, she's just trying to overcorrect.
Nice speed,
nice
but,
weight. Yeah.
But only just the one.
Yeah.
We think. As Jess Power plays his second bowl here. Jury Hill, very well-known club, and of course Jury Hill famous in Wanganui for the lift or the elevator, which can take you from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill. A very famous tourist attraction in Wanganui. And I know that Phil Hewler, who's president of Bowls New Zealand, will be taking a keen interest in how this team from his club are going, and did very well last week, as you said, Peter, with his son Kalen,
yes.
and Kevin Sellers getting runner-up in the Laser Eye Centre champion men's triples, but they were playing for the Paratutu club, so they have dual membership in both clubs.
Yes.
So they'll be probably got a foot in both camps in this game, as Galen Toady plays her first bowl. Just going to hold up, is it? Yep, flat from Rosalie. Not sure if that's shot or not.
Close to everything.
So red disc bowls are Paratutu, blue disc bowls are Jury Hill, as Jackie Moore, who plays her second bowl, and just going to again slip a little over, but good catches there, maybe a little further over than she wanted to be, but you can see both bowls finishing in a good spot. Right, Galen Toady played a very good bowl with her last.
She puts her foot right up close to the mat there. That.
Yep, nice.
Yes,
Smooth delivery.
Reminds
me a bit of Keith Slight, actually.
You did right.
Left-hander, very similar.
From Wanganui, played a lot with Peter Bellis.
Yep, very similar delivery to Slighty.
And another guy that used to play a bit with them too. He's the national selector now. Was Lance Tasker.
Indeed.
I remember playing them in a final in Palmy when it stayed at Murph's place.
Yeah, I think I might have watched that final when you were playing with Rowan and Danny and Ross Hesnape.
That's correct. Yes. And we played old Slighty and Peter in that final. That was. You brought back a little name there, and it's, you know how you have little flashes, and I haven't heard of Keith for a number of years, and I hear he's back on track playing a bit of marbles around the town.
Yeah, he is. He was due to play in the Laser Eye Centre champion pairs, but he was away overseas, and so Peter Bellis took his place.
That's correct, yeah.
Played with Ray Wilson, and so Keith's back playing, and of course a former New Zealand representative, played for New Zealand in the 1986 Commonwealth Games in Scotland.
And he played, sorry to interrupt, just memory lanes here, played a lot of bowls when the Macleay Duff, with Peter and Keith. And we were fortunate.
They had a pretty formidable record.
I remember they were just so hard to beat in that 2-4 with Barry Drabble had that running at the Macleay Duff up there at the Manuary Repairs. In the day, it was
it was a great event. So good bowl there from Tina Atkinson-Watt. She's drawn the shot.
Keith, they haven't. And I'm just trying to think. You might be able to help me out here. It's terrible. Who was the other person in the final? That was the lead. He's a car salesman. That was terrible.
Might have been Harvey Green.
No, it wasn't Harvey.
No.
He looked a little bit like Smurf, like Graham Murphy.
Okay, I'll have to.
Because you did very well in that event. Were you were playing singles then too, weren't you? Was that one? What? No, you done the one-on-one.
No, I played Peter in the final of the singles in Dunedin in '92.
That's right.
And in that year, in Palmy, I actually played in the pairs with Morris Symes and in the fours with Peter Shaw. I think we got to the last 16 in the fours there, but I remember watching that final. It was a good game, very, very close game if I remember rightly,
What
Peter.
was that?
Your fours final was quite close against Peter?
Yes, it was then.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it was a good bowls being played.
Yeah, as I remember it.
Look, it's terrible. Some games you do remember, and some you don't. I always remember one I lost, the final, when we were on the first end, and reminiscing here was we were actually holding, playing Peter Meyer, Bruce McNish, and Stewie Butter, and we were holding 7 shots.
Roger Glendinning in that
Roger
team?
Glendinning,
Yep.
and I don't think your bowlers would know. We were holding an 8 with 1 bowl to go, and Roger. Just watching this one come down a Bryce. I've stopped
So
the pause.
Rosalie just
Rosalie,
gonna
sorry.
Drop short, so it's we think Paratutu holding 2 here.
Yeah.
Briar with her second one to play now. So
Yeah. And what actually happened, the wind come up, he grabbed the kitty, we're holding it for about 3 seconds, and the greens were running about 17 seconds, and he killed it on the draw. And we lost the next end by 3, and we lost the final by 3.
that's got to be pretty unusual, Peter.
That was one of the ones in my bowls career that I don't think I'd forget. And it wasn't through bad bowls, it was the Peter Meyer come on his game, and Bruce was the
We'll watch Rosalie play her last bowl here, and I'll tell you a similar, a not dissimilar story that happened to me in a final of a New Zealand fours as well.
home. It's a good bowl there, wherever it lands.
That's a good bowl.
Yeah, that's a good bowl there.
Well, that's going to be second shot, so
Yes.
that's a good save because I think they were 2 down. So it's 1, the Tina Atkinson Watt bowl we think is for shot.
Yeah.
Janine Noble's pretty confident it's only 1.
One.
Yep, 1 it is. So Paratutu keep ticking along, so they're now 7-0 up. Reminding viewers that it's the Jury Hill team that need to win this game to qualify. So Paratutu, Briar Atkinson's team have already qualified.
No, the spoilers.
Now we will bring you some other scores. I'm going to get our technical team to go out and dig out some scores for us, because I know there'll be a lot of keen interest from around the Motu about these results in the last round. And also just a reminder that all of the results are on the Bowls Hub site on Bowls New Zealand, as Alicia Key delivers a jack for this 5th end. So Peter, I played in a New Zealand fours final, playing with the Scotlands with Raymond, Phil Junior and Phil Senior, and we played at Nine Eye Club. I think it was in about 1991, and we played Sid Giddy, Mike Martinovich, Doug Kent, and Kevin Asplin. And at a critical stage of the game, we'd started poorly. We'd been busy doing media interviews and other things before the game, and we started poorly, but we started clawing our way back, and we were about, I think, 5 or 6 behind, and we, usual Scotland tactics, met up, 2-metre jack. When we crossed over, we held 6 shots, and they were caked around the jack in a pretty narrow target. Phil had the first bowl, and he was playing with his old standard weight bowls, and drew right around the head and drew to the back of the head, and we held 7. Sid Giddy ran and he missed, so Philip called Phil down and said, look, come down. And the jack's wedged right in the middle of these bowls. And so Philip says to Phil, look, I think you should go around the back. And Phil said, well, the jack can't get to the back. He said, I think I can just draw another shot. Philip said, what about blocking? No, well, and you remember Sid Giddy wasn't a straight driver. He played with a runner. There's another good bowl from Alicia Key, so a couple to Paratutu. So Phil drew again, and out went those old cannon bowls of his, and they went out on this big wide arc, and it came in, and just as it came in, it came to the back of the head, and it sat down. And one bowl sat down, and another bowl sat down, and another bowl sat down, and the jack squirted out of the head by probably about 4 centimetres. Sid Giddy ran it in the ditch, and we dropped to 5. So that's a 13-shot turnaround in a New Zealand. So we lay 8. Sid ran the jack in the ditch for 5, and that's a 13-shot turnaround, and we never recovered, and they beat us comfortably in the final. So just those little things that happened. If Phil's bowl had not sat down, we would have held 8, and the jack would have still been buried in the middle of these. And the gap that the jack squirted out of was no bigger than the jack itself, so it just popped it through.
And as you know, in those, well, you'd know yourself, in the days there was the greens used to run about 17, 18 seconds, and when you touched a kitty or a jack, it squirted like it was like on glass.
It did, and of course, just the motion of one bowl touching another bowl, you get a little bit of, it's like dominoes falling, and next minute the jack pops out. So here's Paratutu holding shot here, as Galen Todi plays her bowl, and that looks like that's probably second shot.
We've got a few results here a bit from our production team there that's done very well. I'll get you to read those out.
All right, so let's
just starting, of course. Most of them are only on the 5 ends.
Just watch this bowl from Jackie's Moahu, and that's going to be another shot to Paratutu, and that's probably the shot itself.
Yes.
So in the other games across the green, and we've got Tracy McRae and her team from the Foxton Beach Bowling Club in Manawatu. They are leading Lindley O'Callaghan from Alexandra by 4 shots to 3 after 5 ends. In the second game, Wendy Green from Nongataha. She's got a pretty crack team actually, with Lynette McIntosh and Minna Paul in that team. I think they need this last game to qualify, and they are leading 8-1 after 4 ends over Jenny Anderson from Picton. That'll be a good game because Jenny's team's always pretty competitive. And in the final game, Paula Meredith and her Johnsonville side, they're out of the Wellington Centre. They're playing the hometown team, Leslie McClendon from Bridge Park, and it's 2-1 to Paula Meredith after 3 ends. So Johnsonville leading Bridge Park 2-1. Nongataha leading Picton 8-1. And Foxton Beach leading Alexandra 4-3. We'll keep you up to date with those scores as we go along. And Thank here you. In the televised game, it's Paratutu leading Jury Hill 7-0 in this Laser Rice Centre Champion of Champion Fours.
Des, you can't do cooking while you're standing outside. Now, put the heater on and go back inside. He's trying to pull the heater on. Must be getting cold out there with the late evening here. And I actually thought, I don't know your thoughts there. This is just like a dead draw. I thought she may be coming in on that bankhand there, and I know she's cut it down, but I think there was a good shot on there to trailing the kitty back for 1 or maybe 2. But she's played a good bowl. I just thought inside that green bowl, a little bit of weight and then trailing it back to these 2 over here for 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think that's close to shot. And Janine's played that backhand side, I think, both times in this game. So maybe she feels that that's the way. I think the heaters are going on everywhere. So obviously things are getting a little chilly. Our expert scone chef is just showing his versatility and also keeping everybody warm.
I reckon it's going to put a rotisserie chickens on now. He'll put up a stick and just leave it up there, I think.
So Janine Noble with her second bowl, again playing this backhand side. So
she's been the backhand, the backbone of the team at the moment, isn't she? With those ones that she's just sneaking in there.
Yeah, playing very steadily.
So a bit short on this one. So I just thought just to get the momentum going a bit, just down a bit, and you can get 3s and 4s. It's still on there if she wanted to play.
So we think Paratutu holding 1 here, certainly by the angle from our commentary position and from our cameras. And I imagine Breyer will be looking to come down that same side, maybe turn over their bowl, sit the bowl, and maybe it's quite close because both teams have had a good look at it. So let's see what Breyer does with her first bowl.
There's two things I think that she could have played. She could have come inside the red bowl and cover that one just in case she trails it. But, there's 2 options on there, because if she comes up and plays that shot, she'll get 2 or 3.
Played this pretty well.
Yeah.
She's going to just get a touch off that front bowl. She turns it through, but doesn't change the position. So
bit more
Still a
forceful
measure.
to it, I think.
Well, she may play now. She's got 2 or 3 seconds, so
Yeah.
she might play with a little bit more weight now.
Yeah,
Rosalie Irwin with her bowl.
yeah,
She's on a good line here.
yeah.
She's going to be close here.
Yeah.
Just
wanna
she might be a little
edge.
bit quick. She get the edge. She gets the
Oh,
edge, but
down.
it goes
Yeah.
to Briar's bowl.
Yeah.
To the Paratutu
But
bowl.
yeah,
So
and that was the weight I would have liked to
Yeah.
have seen on the other hand, maybe. She played a good shot, but she could have ended up with a shot. But I just thought just coming through that same weight, and then maybe following through with it. But
agreed.
you know,
So Briar on this turning hand.
even if she's over and covers that
Yep,
blue.
I think that's where she'll be looking
Yep.
to be. She's going to get around that bowl. She is.
Well, let's cover. Let's split it a few. Oh, no,
Probably a little bit heavy.
yeah.
Um,
Come inside the bowl now, wouldn't you? Inside.
I would
that
say
front,
so.
Yeah.
I would say she'll be playing with a similar weight. Yep, you can see Janine Noble saying, look, play down there. They've got a back bowl.
Yeah. And not that fairy weight, a bit more determined to it.
Well, she's changing her hand, and this surprises me, Peter. She's looking to change and play the forehand.
She could come off the front red bowl. You never know. She might see it that way better.
Just think it's a hard shot to
Yeah.
play on, on that turning hand. But
Weight come off, you're going to whip.
let's have a look.
Oh, see, that's draw weight, isn't it, mate? Look, that's...
Yeah, that's drawing.
Yeah. That's a bit like that last game, the big bowl turn
Yeah.
around for percentage.
That surprises me with 2 seconds,
Yeah,
and you could see all the blue bowls behind.
yeah.
I think Janine Noble looking a little bit aghast there.
That was more of a...
Yeah, I don't think that's what she was looking for her to play. So a little bit surprised there. And the net of all of that is it's Paratutu continue to tick along on the board. They're now out to an 8-0 lead after 5 ends of 15 in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champion Women's Fours.
Yeah, I don't think
game.
Alicia thinks that kitty is where she wanted to put it, by the way she was smiling. I think
Well,
she wanted a bit longer.
Well, it's ended up about 3/4.
Yeah, I think they're looking more for the mat the way that Briar was back a bit further.
So about 4 metres from the ditch.
Yeah.
And Alicia will be on the backhand side. Played the forehand coming this way last time, but obviously decided that the backhand's a
Good turning.
nice turning hand, and she's actually played a pretty good opening bowl here.
Yeah, she'll come home.
It's gonna
might
be
might
very
be a
close.
metre short, but it's a good home. Given a good sighter, and
Yep.
it's effective. It's not too far away from things.
Yep, well, that's a good start. Jess Power now, what can she do? She'll be playing the other side. That's been her preferred hand to date.
Just on speed now with that. There,
Yep.
it's
She's on a good line. It gets an
she'll-
early clap from
she
Rosalie
whips
Ewan,
on that
but
length.
just going to swing past.
Yeah.
Handy there. Better there than
Oh,
in front, as we like
yes.
to say.
Yes.
And
So after this, they'll be doing the basically the draw for the post section.
Yep.
For who's in and who's out. There'll be I think the men, I looked at it and there was about 8 men already have qualified. So
good ball from Alicia Key there. One on one behind. I mean, I know it's not right on the jack, but it's a pretty good opener from the Paratutu lead.
I think there will be a game after this. There will be to try and get it down to even numbers for tomorrow. At the moment, maybe the women, there might only be the one game that may be having to play.
I think you're right. Briar Atkinson has been doing very well in the World Bowl Series rankings. I've been when we were in Singapore at the Lion City Cup. Unfortunately, there were no ranking points available for the under-25 event that she played in with Olivia Mantzer. Otherwise, she would have accumulated some more points. And of course, Robin Walker and Leanne Paulson played in that event for in the Open Women event. But I'm hopeful next year we may be able to get some some additional entries for New Zealand, and in the provisional world rankings at the moment, Breyer is ranked number 23 in the world, Peter.
Oh, that's great.
So, for someone who's only been playing the game a relatively short time, that's a pretty amazing achievement for her. The other New Zealand women players ranked above her are Taylor Bruce at number 2, Leanne Paulson, who is provisionally ranked number 12, Selena Goddard is number 19, and Caitlin Inch number 20. So great to see so many of the New Zealand women players featuring at the top of the rankings, and there are many other New Zealand women featuring in those top 500. So those updated rankings should be on the World Bowls Series ranking, the World Bowls Series website and the World Bowls site later this week. We're just doing the audit for those at the moment, but I don't mind giving you those provisional results. So now Tina Atkinson-Watt with her first bowl. Played some good consistent bowls so far in this game, just drawing some good shots, and again she's on a good line here. That bowl will start to break now as the weight comes off, and yeah, that's going to be pretty handy. Does it sit back? Not yet, but could be in a measure for second shot.
It's a good sider, and then in between, any bowl in between that will end up with shot.
Absolutely. So Janine Noble, she's played some great bowls in this game, not reflected on the scoreboard, but has certainly kept
just kept the scoring down a bit.
Jury Hill team in it. I'm not sure she's quite going to reach this
She's a
time.
bit short here, I think, matey.
And
Here it comes. See, something happened.
Well, there was a
little nothing.
Is there a straightener at Royal Oak? Are we allowed to say that?
Something
looked
just
like a straightener
wind.
to me.
It was wind.
It was wind.
Wind,
Okay.
wind. Someone opened the door.
Okay.
There was a slight little variation of direction to the kitty then. And the jack. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I did notice on.
It did. It was going to hit that front bowl at 12 o'clock, wasn't it?
That's right. And here comes Tina Atkinson.
And that will turn. That will turn
this
one.
This will be close.
Yeah,
this will be really close here.
That's a
Just
lovely bowl.
Wobbling a little bit.
Yeah, we can't moan about that.
It's played, being well played. So 1 it is to Jury Hill, trying desperately to get on the board here in this must-win game for them. Yes. Reminding people that Paratutu have already qualified, so they can play the game in a pretty relaxed manner. Not that Breyer ever seems to be not relaxed. So let's assume it's definitely 1 to Jury Hill.
She's got that same track. Sorry to interrupt.
The same track.
How's her weight? We said this before. This one is a tad short, but it's that same. But it's not a head where you're going to drop many, and it's not a head you're going to score many on, is it?
No, I wonder if there's a temptation to attack for Breyer on the other hand. See if she could get the bowl,
clip it,
clip it out.
Yeah, a bit of weight, ditch weight.
Even if she was to kill it, and have the jack's been replaced on the 2 metres. Yeah, Peter. So
no, they don't replace it. It's replayed.
Oh, it's replayed.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
But what's actually happened? The way she draws, I was just going to say, her last four, 5 bowls have actually been very effective, and she, as you say, she's a girl that's in form at the moment.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to go erratic just because you're 8-0 up. And
there was a good bowl from Breyer. Nice speed, just a shade narrow. Yeah. But added another bowl on the head.
Yeah, she might. I'm not too sure what she'll do. I can't see with Mum being in the way.
Rosalie Ewan just going out on that wide side, and that'll hold. So let's see what.
I reckon she'll just draw again, mate.
I would say so. I mean,
play the board.
Any contact on the jack on the draw is good for them. They've got 2 bowls catching, as we can see. Here she goes. Maybe just looking for that front bowl of theirs, and she's just going to slip through.
Looks like they're going to get on the board here, and there's a good opportunity to sit in that 1 for 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a good sunny day up here, the way all that sun's beaming down on them, but they've still got their little vests and jackets on. Indeed. You'll be starting to feel the time difference. When did you fly back anyway?
I got back on Wednesday.
Oh, so you're still a bit laggy, or you're right?
I'm very lucky, Peter. I don't get jet lag.
Yeah. Well, you do enough of it, don't you? Really?
Yeah. I think with all the travel I've done over the years, I just don't. I mean, I get tired like anybody does, but I don't have any problem with time zone adjustment.
Zones and food. And,
No, I just.
Do you sleep on the plane?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
but
Depends how the night before, or just.
yeah, you know what's on your mind. I'm not a great fan of taking sleeping tablets because I find they leave you a bit groggy at the other end.
And it's no use being on the waters the night before because it makes the trip just longer, doesn't it? Just, the old head starts pumping when you're up there in the air.
Yeah, you do have to be careful what you consume. I'm a great believer that a lot of the fatigue you get from airlines is is dehydration. So you want to drink as much water as you can and just try and take an electrolyte or something like that actually helps you retain the water, because sometimes you don't want to be up in and out of your seat all the time going to the bathroom. No. Good opener from Jess Power there. So Jury Hill are on the board, as we said. So 8-1 they trail to Paratutu. We're playing in 7 of 15 in this Laser Ice Centre sponsored event.
You see the heaters on there now, so it must be a bit chilly out there for the players.
Yeah, certainly not worrying Alicia Key, who's just playing in a shirt and skirt. But I think for the players, because you're moving a fair bit, you probably maybe don't feel it as much as the spectators.
Do you think it could be an age as well?
Quite possibly, Peter. What are you saying?
Well, mate, we're rugged up in here.
We are rugged up.
And it is, as I say, she gets down smoother, delivers a bowl, and not the crinks and crannies like we've got. I'm not saying you have, but most people have got at our ages.
And she's played this very well.
Yes.
Jess Power, that's a great bowl. That's her best bowl of this game to date.
Well,
one on and one over.
Well, they're on the board and they're giving each other high fives out here. Look at it.
That's great.
Man,
that's
great.
I
thought we were at the basketball.
Well, we like that. We like a bit of attitude. We like a bit of...
Oh, a bit of humour too, mate, Keeps us on our toes, doesn't it?
Yep.
So, yes, I don't know what we're viewing, but, yeah, she's on a good track.
Alicia Key's played this very
look at
well.
This
is a screamer. Look at this, folks.
Oh, Alicia.
Well, she's still one down, I think.
But it's giving you options to play to heads now, isn't
100%.
it?
100%. No, that's good leading from both players.
Oh, and what was nice about that one there, with Alicia's one, was she wasn't flying at it. It was controlled to the head and without losing a bowl.
100%.
And she was up. It would have been terrible if she was short, because bowls won't count when you're short on a bowl that's sitting on it. It's opened it up as well.
So Galen Toady.
Oh, she must be good. She's riding it. Oh, it's a good home.
Yeah, good home there. Yeah. Nice line.
There's 2 good ones there. 2 blue in the last one.
You can see Briar just saying to Jackie,
Meter.
More who? Meter to it. Yeah. Sit the bowl, trail the jack.
She's got a good delivery as well.
Yep. And she's got a good line here.
Yeah. This is going to hurt some people.
Just depend on speed now, Pete.
It's going to hurt her because it didn't hit it.
Yeah, but a good home there.
Oh, it's perfect. Well, you're over and you're up.
Yep.
I'm just trying to say, the last game there were some of these, not negative, but just weren't getting to it.
Yeah, I mean, so important in falls that the number 2 is over.
Oh, yes.
And giving you those position bowls, whether you're holding or not.
He's another good bowler.
Yeah, good correction here from Galen Toady. She's played this well.
Oh.
Just going to get on the outside, but I think she's made 2 there.
Yeah, it's still no difference to the shot, you feel. Just get half the jack and you're still going to end up with 2. Follow it through, you got 3.
Yep, plenty to play to there.
All options, And this is where you don't want to be short. You just want to hang. Just got to hang, mate.
Have a look at this, Peter Thorne.
She might sit and stay and play the shot, doesn't it?
That's she had the garden rake out, but
I think she'd been a mitre 10. She's been a mitre 10 and
but
Bunnings.
She played it very well and trailed it back to where her first bowl was, and that's
controlled.
my point. Yeah, good controlled. About the same speed as her first bowl, but she just tightened it up and she played it very deliberately. And this
puts going out to find a different line when you're going out there.
Yep. So
I think she'll be a bit tight the way that left her hand.
Yeah, it's the first time Janine's played that
Yeah,
side, and
Janine-
she hadn't picked. It wasn't the smoothest delivery I've seen.
I was trying to take a vision of where it's going to go.
Now, Tina Atkinson, she'll be on that same forehand side.
And you're playing unplayed territory, we call it, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a much better line from
yeah,
Tina.
they might just hang a bit on that there.
Will it
Yeah,
come
she
back, Peter?
Yeah, should do, mate. Off that bank
Here it
hand.
comes.
She'll come back.
Here
Don't
it
you worry
comes.
about that.
Oh, no, she's played this very well.
You know, you've
Oh,
got.
that's a great bowl.
I maintain playing bank hands that you're playing on a rink where people are walking and the mats have been down, so it's more compact, so it's a bit quicker. You know, people say end rink, but end rinks that can be quite a kind drawing hand. Here's a better.
Yep, nice
bit of
correction
green
from Janine, and
Yeah,
she gets an early clap from Rosalie Irwin.
Yeah, just her weight is going to
Yeah.
maybe beat her here.
Speed just going to be over, but
Yeah.
that's a good home for her team. But yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. That's probably her two loosest bowls in the final so far.
But
not the final, in this game so far.
What's good about it? It didn't block her skip going up and playing a shot that's open for her now. He's taking a bit of a metre weight off here or come home.
Tina Atkinson once played another screamer here.
Yeah.
This will be the shot itself. Look at this.
Oh, she's just going downhill in that sun, I think, mate.
Yeah, You're right. The bowls are getting a lot of finish on that side.
Yeah, and I always put that down to, because once this event's finished, what will happen is when we come and play here, the green gets turned around, if you can imagine. So what happens is, so we're not getting wear and tear all the time, you try and put the midweek bowlers, if you know what I mean. So they go and play that way, and it's no disrespect that the way the screen does play better is this way.
Yes.
So it doesn't get wear out. When you've got, say, 30, 40 members up here playing during the week, which we do, we get quite a few playing. You put them on those, they're walking down that side and the mat gets put down, the delivery of the bowl gets down, so it's compacting that area a lot more.
And obviously the carpet's just a little bit smoother.
Like a pool table,
Yep.
you know, something runs off. See, this will come home, but it's just maybe her weight.
Oh, I think she's going to be there.
Yeah, you know,
she's
come
drawn
home.
a shot. That's a great bowl from Rosalie.
That's
played.
That's the hand, you know, where a lot of people, as I say, get confused about bank hands.
So Briar Atkinson just saying to her...
Well, she might draw one first and then have a wee look with the last one and try and play a bit more attack into it.
Nope, she's attacking straight away. Playing on the run there, and she's close here.
Well, there's a bit of a hole, but you never know.
Oh, yes, she just slides through.
Yeah. But that's the idea, but she can correct on that. At least she's showing her arm. I always say, you get a skip that's going to play that, you know what you're up against.
Indeed. It gives you good sighter, doesn't it?
Yeah, well,
you've played down there now.
Yeah.
Right, so what can...
a little bit flippery on the mat there with
Yep,
delivery.
Not one of her better deliveries.
No.
And she'll be disappointed with that,
Yes.
having drawn such a good shot
Oh,
in the first bowl. Speed was good.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was probably about Jack level if she hadn't have hit the...
This is worth a few shots for her. It's bowl or kitty. She's better played, I think, mate.
She's close. She's
better
hold
played
for it.
Oh,
Nope, she gets the other hole.
Oh well.
So it's Jury Hill that score again. 1 to the Wanganui team. Rosalie Irwin, Janine Noble, Galen Toady and Jess Power. They trail 2-8. As you can see, we've played 7 of the 15 ends. Remembering that Paratutu, Briar Atkinson's team have already qualified. It's the Jury Hill team that need to win this game to get through to the elimination phases tomorrow.
And as you know, Brett, what tends to happen is, even though you've qualified, you don't want that team qualifying because you could end up playing them tomorrow. Then they've got the edge up on you. Oh, we've beaten you, and that's the thing. So you'll find it doesn't matter what's going on in Briar's mind or that they want to win this regardless. They're out, not being out there for nothing. They want to clean them up and another one out of the way that they don't have to worry about tomorrow.
I agree. So here's a good opener from Jess Power. So
yeah, she
threw a very good shot on the last end.
The last 3 ends, her bowls have been productive around particular areas that you can work off or give you guides.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying that her bowls haven't been anywhere handy. I see that she's Alicia likes that drawing hand where it likes to come home, but it's a little bit different coming down because you got that sun that's been up there on that carpet area.
So it's nice and warm.
Yeah.
So just pulling up short there.
It's like when the sun starts setting and the leaf comes up on a grass green, you know. The mat starts to get colder. Yeah.
Jess Power just pulled up a little bit on that bowl. Just as she let it go, she didn't quite stay down. And what we see is typically in bowls, if you lift your head, you drop short. And so...
It's like golf swing, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was a very graphic indication of that. So, but one it is, her good first bowl.
Yeah, she's brought this in a bit here.
Alicia Key's going to be close here.
She's got the running.
Depends how long she holds.
Yeah, if you got the dead weight, you'll see that's starting to be an ugly head for anyone to get into now, isn't it?
Yep, up and down for shot. I'll favour the Jury Hill bowl, but there's plenty of room there. But as Peter said, you know, with 3 short bowls, you know already starting to get a little bit of a barrier to have to work through.
I like it there where I just try and use it like an imaginary kitty.
Yep.
Like use that green bowl as the kitty, and then just draw a weight, and you should hang around like this. Yeah, but that's a bit of bad luck, but that's the idea, and at least it's not another one in front that's going to clutter the head.
That's right.
We say clutter means you're finding both hands are getting blocked.
Checking more who with her.
She's got a bit of weight on, I think, this time. Better weight.
Yep.
Yeah, better weight. Just sit.
Just going to sit it. Well, that might be the shot. Yeah, that is the shot.
Yes.
So well played, Jackie. Good number 2's bowl. Just playing with that reaching weight. She had a chance on the front bowl to turn over. She had a chance on sitting the shot bowl or just sliding past, and
everything was
just good percentage bowl.
And that's why I like the hands they're playing. They've got weights all to sit on. See, when you start cutting, and that's because you think that bowl's in your way, you start cutting.
When actually there's a draw around that bowl, you won't think that from the mat, but actually it's a long way out, and you get that late finish on that hand. So
the only thing that was in her favour was because she was a left-hander, that she is a left-hander. Yeah.
So Jackie Moore, who just
that's good. Yep.
Just comes around the back, gets a good catcher, probably a little bit further behind than she wanted to be, but she's right on the tee. At the back, so there you are. There you can see it. Thanks, team. And so it's a good. That's a good catcher. Janine Noble. She's drawn some crackers in this game already to keep her team in it, and she's taken a good line here.
That may come home and sit the blue one. You know.
Here it comes.
Yeah, that's. I feel
she's played this well, Peter.
Yeah, she's finding it there that to get a shot you got to draw around bowls.
Absolutely.
What do you say? You take it to the green, you get it a shot. They
Absolutely.
Say.
My old mentor Attilo Servo, great player out of the Nine Eye Club. That was always his saying. You take it a green, you draw it a shot.
That's it.
And I know he's not the only person that's ever said that.
I think our production team are getting into it now. They're enjoying it now. What bowls is all about. They're doing a grand job. They thought this was just an easy road, but it's harder than what they think, eh? You've got a little giggle out of them now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and once they realise there's a university course that you can do to study bowls in more detail, then they'll really kick on with their careers.
Yeah, here's a great bowl.
That's a great bowl from Tina Atkinson.
We don't want them being too educated.
Well, I don't know. With when you've got Professor Gary Fleming as a guru.
So what am I, the professor?
Well, there's, and I mean, that SSI University has, we've had some great graduates from that university.
Distinguished gentlemen we are.
Yeah, completely. So I think we're always on the hunt for for people.
We've got to keep it going.
Got that potential.
But he's going to slide off this. Watch this, ref.
Well, very unlucky there from Janine Noble. 2 good bowls from her.
She's playing, as I don't like saying it from the start, if if it wasn't going to be around, Jeline will be there somewhere handy and helping the girls out. And just because of her, I think she's got. I've seen her just been playing over the few weekends, and she just seems to have that little bit of mental toughness as well.
Yep, good game knowledge.
Yep.
And she's been around the game a long time, and I think reads the game very well.
Yes.
So go the hill is the call for the Jury Hill team, and they're 8-2 behind, but it's still we're about this is halfway in the game, this 8th end.
Very similar to that last game. It's just like, what's going to happen? They'll get ones, and next minute, is there going to be a big number coming?
That's right.
And
I think the question in this game will just be
hang in there.
Yeah, can they hang in there? Briar is such a world-class player, and just capable of producing some great bowls. So can the Jury Hill team put pressure on her? So let's see. Here's their skip, Rosalie Irwin, with her first bowl. And just a bit of conjecture about which hand, but it's going to be that same backhand side. Backhand for the right-handers.
Something's in the right.
Yep, just waiting for something to change on the previous rate.
She's attacking in the head. That's going to come off this bowl here.
So hold all tickets.
Oh,
Ref.
there
it's
gone. Mate, look at this red bowl back here.
Well, that was the Jackie Moahu bowl.
But there was one back there, wasn't there?
And there's another one further back.
So there's two down.
There's two. So they've gone from 1 down to 2 down.
Yeah.
Fair bit of room there, but not easy to get to, Peter.
As I say, it's ugly now. Ugly.
Yep.
But the way, as you know, Briar can play both either hand here.
Yep.
And her capabilities, I'm pretty sure she'll be handy to something.
Yeah, she's on a good line. On a very, very good line here. It all comes down to speed now, and I think she's going to be very close here.
I'm just holding my breath.
Yeah, that's the shot itself.
Yeah, that's what you want from your skip, isn't it?
Yep.
When there was a bowl that was fortunate to come through like that, and
so Janine Noble says to Rosalie, just play for second shot.
That's it. Yeah.
Don't try and get the shot.
Yeah, that's when you start going in the ditch, don't you?
Yeah, play for second shot because that keeps them in the game.
Yes.
She's got it off on a reasonably good line. It's tighter,
it might be,
but she's got good speed. So if she holds up enough here,
she'll cut something out.
She can.
Oh.
Well, but unlucky.
Two.
So she's 2 down.
Yes, 2. And that was very looking like we were, as I was just saying before, like the last game, where you're just waiting for that big number to come in.
That's right. Briar on another good line here.
She's found this.
Yeah, she's
found this.
You can't give her room on the draw. She's just too accurate.
She's good.
And that's going to be the shot itself, and that's 3.
Yeah.
I think to the Paratutu team, they're going to have a good look.
Yeah, it'd be 3 there. That's that little buffer.
Is there going to be a measure for the 4th?
No, 3.
No, 3 it is. So that's a
little buffer.
Yeah, and a bit fortuitous there, isn't it? Often, where you're 1 down and it made sense to attack it, but maybe with the wrong weight.
You're correct there.
No back bowls.
No, and that was more reaching to the head than that was quite a vicious run shot. That was a run shot more than reaching head.
Admittedly, she was off target and got the unlucky result, but as we know in the game of bowls, it's not happened. When you're playing those shots, you got to think about not what happens when it goes right, but what happens when it goes wrong. And if you're attacking with no back bowls, then
cardinal sin.
It is. It's risky.
Yeah, very risky.
So Paratutu kick out now to 11-2. We're on N9, so we're past halfway in this, and right on cue, Alicia Key. Yeah, has placed a reasonably good opener, but over the head with her first bowl.
But they count if something happens. Exactly what happened in that last end. If you got them over, not very often in our game that we see the kiddie or the jack come up the green.
That's right.
She's
So here's a good bowl from Jess Power. As the weight comes off, you see them
take off
just a little bit quick.
That's that patch.
Just on that nice
sunny
smooth patch. So what can Alicia do with her second bowl here?
So they got to take a metre off and she's
Been pretty steady.
Good delivery. I like her delivery. And
Yep, nice follow through, stays
Yep.
down on it, and she's close here,
yeah,
Peter.
yeah, she's corrected well here. Won't be surprised if it's
It's
the
a
old
very good bowl.
bring the chalk out later. And a good position there for her first bowl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this Paratutu team, they'll be down to they'll be in the money, I think, Peter, depending on the draw tomorrow.
Oh, but that's like anything. You just got to, as we all know, even with nationals and that, you all wait for that draw. And sometimes you can get a good row. Oh, a lovely bowl there.
Yeah, great bowl from Jess Power. She's played really well in the last few ends.
You could get the top half could have the 4 guns, and the other bottom is. I'm not saying they're not guns, but the lesser known teams will be playing each other off. Where you could possibly, and I'm just saying something now. You could get Briar playing or like with against.
Joe Edwards.
or they might strike the form team of Sarah Scott. You know what I mean? So, but they've all won things to be here, and they've their credit is.
And there was a great bowl from Jackie Moore, I like the way she plays it too. It's a position I've played a lot in my career, and the best number 2s are the ones like the great Doug Richards Jolly that don't play short. Just play with that weight, and that was a perfect number 2's bowl, just sitting the shot bowl.
She's counteracted here very well.
Yeah, it's a great effort by Galen Tody, finishing in a good home.
So Blair, Briar would like to put her on the other hand, so you're not fattening it too much.
Yeah, she may just leave her on that hand because she already played one down there.
Yeah.
But there again, smart play. She's gone a little bit wider this time.
Just play over the head,
and she'll just drop into a good spot there, just in behind. Yeah, good play. 2 good bowls.
And then if the Wanganui team do put one on it, they've got 2 good ones there to start poking
100%.
at the head.
100%.
And
so, Galen Tody, pretty close last time.
yes. Actually, they've got that on the back of their uniform as well. It's been well designed.
Yeah.
There's that tower you're talking about.
Yep, that's the famous tower. And you get the elevator up it.
I don't know if our production crew will get the back of that shirt.
We'll try and get you that image. So, Galen just finishing through the head there. So, Paratutu definitely holding 1, probably 2, as Tina Atkinson plays her first bowl. N9, Laser Eye Centre, Bowls New Zealand Women Champion of Champion. And here's a cracker. Have a look at this. Have a look at this, folks. Yeah, that's well played. That just kind of held, didn't it, Peter?
Yeah,
I thought that was on perfect line to get back to the centre line, but just seemed to hold there, just in that smooth patch. Well, that's my excuse.
Yeah, no. I just feel sometimes when you got 2 good ones and you're trying to make them draw and you're all playing the one hand, you're sort of like giving them what we call them shoulders or something to sit on. Where Briar, I just feel maybe more over here to cover these 2 blue ones, than
just here from Janine. But again, it's just almost holding a little bit there, Peter.
It's
maybe just a little bit of a smooth patch there.
Yeah. This is where I thought, instead of fattening it, maybe the other hand, and she's seen something that maybe she wants to play. If it happens.
And Tina did play 2 very good bowls on this hand last time coming this way.
Even her weight last bowl was good. So if this comes home, it's still a honey, and it counts. So
that's well done.
But what I'm trying to say is, it's a good bowl, but a bad bowl because it's something for
Rosalie to play to.
Yeah.
And she's saying to Janine.
And Janine's that same thing. Sit it, drag the kitty for 3. And that's where I think sometimes don't fatten it, just...
So she's saying to Janine, look, we're probably 3 down here. We've got the back bowl, that back blue bowl of Jess Powers.
Janine will want to play the backhand.
So come down on the backhand. Look to sit the bowls or the jack. Makes a lot of sense to me. Janine's played this side pretty well.
This is just a hard one here. I just felt
Just gonna
She'll come around there, mate. I'll tell you. She could possibly sit
just
there.
going to be on the high side. She was just looking for a sit down there with a bit of weight.
I just find that hard trying to get more shots coming around the front bowl.
Yeah, look, I think the shot on that hand was to play with weight and look to really trail the jack back.
Yeah, three. Because now they've got three over here.
That's right.
So she needs to change her hand, or she sees it. Sorry.
Yep. Well, we'll see now.
Rosalind sees it.
Let's see what Briar does. She might swap over and play this other side now, trying to match those bowls. I think so, because extra shots are not really worth anything. You already lead 11-2.
Yeah, she'll play that bank hand, I reckon. She has to come around and
let's have a look.
To sit
no,
those.
You can see Tina saying to her,
yeah, come on.
No, she swapped over.
Mum's always right.
Well, and Briar's a smart player, so she's played this well, coming right into that little home there.
It'll be another shot, but
where those bowls are.
That's another shot.
Yeah, it's all right.
And now this is where she's got to come down and sit that.
Yep.
You've got to be the other hand.
Yep.
That's the hand.
Yeah.
That's the hand Janine should have been on. Sit the bowl or drag the kid. Let it jump out in front of you.
Yep. Right. What can Rosalie do? Pretty critical stage of this game. They don't want to drop another big number here.
No, not like.
Well, she's on. I think
she's pretty close here, mate. She's going to sit this.
Played this well.
See it? Look.
She played this.
And that's that bunch there.
That's where she's aiming.
Yeah.
That's where she's got to aim for. So Tina having a look now.
Oh, you can't fatten it. No.
Oh, well, she's saying.
Oh, they've got the two back ones, so it's not.
So she's saying draw short. Try and draw short. See if you can just get in the eye there.
I don't like that. I don't like short bowls, mate.
Neither do I.
If a kiddie's going to go back, it's not going to go forward, is it?
Well, you don't want to give her something to work off. So I think she'll just try and draw. Just try and draw into the back there.
Don't play short.
She played this well.
Yeah.
She played this pretty well.
Could count too. So
This is a very good bowl. Look at this.
That's
high quality stuff.
Well,
just getting in amongst those bowls.
Well, you're not going to get numbers now, are you?
No. There's still a possibility if she can get the jack almost back, straight back on the centre line. She could make 3 or 4. Let's see what Rosalie can do. Oh, she's gone too wide, Peter.
I think so, mate.
It'll come back on the draw.
Won't come back like that.
No, that's
they're those big shots.
And unfortunately, I think we've got 4 here. So I hate to say it, but I think that's a pretty telling moment. And I see Janine looking at the board almost like, well, can we really get back from 15-2 behind?
Well, she's a realistic, and that's one good thing about prolonging the agony sometimes.
Yep.
And it's not giving up on her. They need to score. They need to score 3s.
Yep.
They've only got 6 ends to do it. So, and they've only, in 9 ends they've only scored 2 points, and the girls from Taranaki have kept them down on their scoring board by giving them 1s.
Yep. So look, I think this end becomes pretty important in the scheme of the game. Yeah. I think if they can't score here, then it'll start to they'll start to contemplate. Yeah. Let's have a look. Here's Alicia Key. And she's on a good line here.
Might just be a tad short, mate. I think off that there, just coming off the bank. Yeah, just that metre short with it.
But handy.
But what she's doing is she I shouldn't say she. What's actually happening is playing a bit short, but she's been able to correct, like playing.
Yep.
I know I'm a metre short. It's not as if she's going to play another one short.
Yep. And I think it just gets them onto a good start. Here's a good bowl from Jess Power. She's really played some very good bowls in this last part of the game.
She'll be wondering how come the score's this 15-2.
Well, virtually every time she's drawn a shot, Jackie Moore or Tina Atkinson Watt have played a screamer.
Correct.
And I'm impressed with the way this Paratutu team play as a unit. They've obviously they're pretty familiar with each other's play. They get on well together.
He's a good bowl, mate. Yeah, they have.
Nice correction here from Alicia.
Just got a metre more. She took the green too. It was just, and it's handy, but she'll be maybe thinking I thought I had a meeting more than that. But yeah, no, it's I see teams like this. They're a well balanced team, you know. Like you've got the young girl there that's just leading. You got the 2 that's just playing the 2 with a rake. You get your 3rd that's playing the shots, mum, doing the thing, and Blair coming in. So they're all doing doing their own things, you know. So that's most important in a force team.
And you see Jackie Moore, who immediately just playing with that little bit of weight, just looking for a sit.
Perfect 2 shot.
Drops into a good catching position there. Yeah. Maybe a little more over than she wanted to be, but you know, all smiles from Briar.
Briar's happy. She's played a couple of honeys herself, but she'll be happy the way her team's going. Briar.
So this is really make or break end, I think, Peter, for Jury Hill. I just think if they don't score here, the mountain is just going to be too difficult to climb.
I just look at a little bit of the body language there between Briar's team. They're all together on one side there, where, and there's no disrespect to the other, but you see little things like that where the other lot are just sitting on the bank here and not picking her bowls up.
There's not a lot.
There's that team environment.
And have a look at this. Here we go.
Yeah, as long as don't work too much, she's got a great bowl.
Look, she's going to get a little touch on that front bowl.
Great.
And that'll be the shot. There's a good number 2's bowl. Again, just playing with that nice reaching weight. Correct to do her speed nicely, and so 1 to Paratutu, and the sort of pattern of this game follows. You know, the Paratutu team typically get the shot after the second, and then it's a matter of how many shots can they add.
And they've got a great chance here by dragging it, and this is what tends to happen. You know, if the bowl was over, they were looking for drag it for 3, where they got to look for numbers. You know? So Briar's just covering now. You know, and just play the board. We got a nice shot that was helped up by a handy bowl. Now let's just put it in a position so we don't drop the numbers.
100%.
You know, and old mum there, she'll be listening to the daughter.
Yeah, and she's just trying to come in and cover here, and she's played this well.
Yeah, cover those 3, you know, if she's up, she's played a goodie. Yeah, I think she said good ball, mum.
Yeah, very good. But drops in between those 2, so that's a good spot.
But that shot's still there. Come off the front bowl there at 12 o'clock, that's got the red disc, and follow through. And Janine here is very capable of playing these shots.
Not scared to play with a bit of weight.
And she's on a good line here.
Yeah, she's on a good line here.
You know, she's on a good line. What a great bowl here, whatever happens.
Yeah, she's played it. She's played it all the way. That's a great bowl.
And that's what I was saying, you know, where in hindsight, sometimes I would have got mum to play the shot before them sometimes, so your bowl goes with them. But Janine played the shot, which is perfect weight too.
Yeah, it was. So.
And mum's on a good shot here.
Tina's
on a good shot.
Played a good.
As long as she sits that front reddish bowl here.
I'm not sure she's quite going to reach.
She's just dropped it a bit. She'll be hurting on that.
Yeah, that would be one of her looser bowls in this game. She's played very steady at number 3.
And this is what I'll be telling Janine there is play the shot before them. If you move it a fraction, you play it and make them have to come around or.
Well, I think Briar's way too steady a player to leave an open draw for her. So Janine's on the right line here.
She's got
looking for trail
or a little slide.
She's played this well. Got that little straightener that held her out. Yeah, that's well done.
See, that's 3 shots solid. But it does give Briar a good opportunity of reaching.
Yeah, but I think she it's not an open draw.
No, but there's something there for Briar to sit on. And she seems pretty relaxed. She's got a smile on her face. Briar there, so she's. I think she's looking at that little bit of hunger in her eyes.
Well, 15-2, I'd be smiling too. I think, Peter.
And as you know, I'm not bringing it up. The Aussies actually like those shots, and she's been playing in that type of company now, where sometimes it's actually easy to play through her head than trying to dead draw it.
She's not. No, she's got the back bowl. The bowl of Jackie.
That's something. Yeah.
It was just.
So she knows she doesn't want to be short. Maybe a tad wide.
See how much it turns. Here it comes.
Yeah, I think she was thinking a bit
Here
more
it
weight.
comes.
She has definitely cut a lot down. Oh, I don't know, mate. Our Adelaide. What do you think?
Just having a look
2?
out at the commentary. Yeah, I
check
think
level one's in.
Yeah, might have got it. Might have got third shot.
Yeah. I actually thought she thought she was a little bit more.
Not sure why Rosalie's playing that hand.
I think she just didn't want to fatten it, would he? But at this stage, mate, you want shots.
Absolutely, you want shots.
God.
I mean, there is a chance of getting onto your own bowl there, but
She weathers it, but weathers that should be right. Weather that.
Well, that's why she's playing that hand, because she can draw a shot.
Yeah.
Well played.
Well done.
Well
she
played.
saw something.
It was yet to thread the eye of the needle there, but she's
She
done
had to
it
come
very
around
well.
her inside, and she done it exactly. This is a better track.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
All
a
down
better
to the
track.
speed now.
No,
All
but
down to the speed. Here she comes.
she might have.
She's a little
track.
over again. So
Well,
this could be the reprieve that Jury Hill were looking for.
that 4, maybe one in hand too. And that was all from that shot of Janine's playing it through, and the hit.
Well, 2 very positive bowls from Janine.
But not only that, Jess actually, as you said there, that she actually allowed the foundations again, but it got taken off her, and then was able to come through. I might turn here, mate.
Don't
just
think
gonna
it should. Yeah, just a
bit
shade wide there.
That's all.
Right, well, let's
Lovely
get
weight.
the measuring stick out and have a look. So,
It's
out
2,
come 2.
2, 3.
3.
It's just that wing bowl, wasn't
Yep.
it? Oh, 4. She looked pretty.
Yep, 4.
Oh, well, you
Well,
jump back. You're back
so
into
they're
the
back
game.
in the game.
That's what they had to look at,
Yep.
mate?
So 15-6. We've played 10 of the 15 ends. So 4 to go. And, it's at 9 shots and 4 ends. It's doable, Peter.
Yes. Yeah, well, we've got some more ones coming through here. You'd
All
like
right.
to read out?
Thank you, Skip.
That's all right.
So in the game between Tracy McRae from Foxton Beach and Lindley O'Callaghan from Alexandra, it is Lindley O'Callaghan who has edged ahead 9-8 after 10 ends, so nothing in that, and that game's that's going to go down to the wire. A little bit more margin in the next game. Wendy Green from Nongataha is leading Jenny Anderson 11-5. It was 8-1 after 4 ends, now 11-5 after 8 ends. And in the final game, Paula Meredith from the Johnsonville Club in Wellington is leading Leslie McClendon from Bridge Park 8 shots to 5 after 10 ends. Other results are available on the Bowls New Zealand Bowls Hub site, so which you can find via the website or via Facebook. And in this remaining game here at the Royal Oak Club, it is Paratutu leading Jury Hill. And we got some great bowls to look forward to tomorrow. Peter, unfortunately, I'm not going to be being commentating, but I think it's going to be some great
This
some
is
great
about
bowls.
Yeah, the men and the women will all be here tomorrow. So, and there is, as we mentioned before, there will be a possibility that there could be a round played this evening to get down to the 8 that are required.
All right, we'll wait and see what
There's 2 good bowls there.
what's determined by that. That's a cracker. Yeah, very, very good
Alicia,
bowl from Alicia Key.
Alicia, that's great. And
So-
the front end touch
Yeah.
is, and this is where every bowl now is. We don't need to be a rocket scientist on this one. As long as your bowl's over, or just get a nice good second shot, something to play for.
Yep.
If you fall short, well,
Yep.
yes,
It's just about just drawing up to the head.
yeah. Try and get a little disturbance without losing your bowl.
Nice smooth delivery from Gaining Toadie, and she's playing the right sort of weight, just looking to sit it there. She's going to get a good result here. Sit the second shot. That's well played. Yep, gets applause from Rosalie Yu and her skip. In the meantime, for Paratutu, I think they'll just be looking to get bowls behind.
Yeah, bowls and get a good second.
And that's typically not a problem for Jackie Moahu, who's regularly just sort of a metre or a couple of metres past. That's her trademark. And yeah, as you say, always handy. And yeah, it's probably a little further over than she wanted to be, but it's better than being short.
Correct.
And I'm sure she'll make the correction with her next bowl. Yeah. So can Gaileen Toadie just tighten it up a little bit and get a sit on the shot bowl?
Yeah, just the old Peter Keane clunk.
Yep, the jar shot.
Just the jar shot.
Yeah, see, unfortunately, she's just put on a little bit too much weight this time, but she's going to get a good result. That's all right.
But it's knocking all the bowls down, where she just needs that little, and for 3-4.
Yep.
This is a huge bowl.
Jackie Moore, who quickly into her work.
You don't want to play it for her.
No, but she's, I think, going to draw another shot here. Yep, that's a good bowl from the number 2. It's either second or third shot, but just tightens that head up a little bit. But still, Jury Hill with everything to play for here. Yeah, any touch on that shot bowl, unless they really hit it really hard because they don't have the very backest bowl. Yeah. But if they just draw it, yep, every chance of getting the shot. I don't know why you'd necessarily play it on the forehand, because I think the backhand's a truer hand.
I think she's just played because that last time, remember, she drew so the good one's going down.
She did.
And it's like, if she's tight, she's in trouble. It's the weight. It's the weight factor here.
Well, she's close.
She's heave over into that. That was actually a little bit too much weight, I think. Because if it did hit, it was going to come back. That last bowl, she's just hit. But she's got a good back bowl out of it, so.
Yep, not the end of the world.
And at this stage, you want disturbance because you're looking for the shot.
Yep, so Briar just looking for another one on the head, or just a bit of a position bowl there. Yeah. I mean, if Janine hits it with that weight, it'll go back a long way.
But the bowl should roll through with it by the looks of that. There, the way it's sitting, being a toucher. Tina's got a good bowl here.
Yeah, it's going to finish in a good home. Just matching those bowls there.
Oh, but still all right. Yeah.
A bit closer to the centre line, which could be useful. It really depends on what sort of weight Janine plays us with, whether she continues to play that sort of...
Oh, Rosalind just asked for a little less weight, so
okay.
Hopefully she listens to her skip. So I never used to listen to mine.
Right. So
that's better. That's better weight.
Yep. Rosalie
is watching.
She's close here. Just going to slide by. Beautiful weight.
Still there in that little pile, isn't it? Oh, just taking a little bit of away. Yeah, Briar's going to get a cover this bunch.
Just taking the chalk off the bowl. Well done.
Dean will just draw with a bit of weight.
Changing over to the forehand side, and now I see why, because they haven't got a bowl on that other side of the centre line. She's going to draw another shot here.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't
hit it. Play it for them.
Yeah, she's
going to play it for...
she's opened her up. This is what happens sometimes. Instead of... She wouldn't have meant it, but viewers and listeners, what can happen now, it's given a better opportunity to play the shot and swing down to it now, and because it's open and the bowl's not going to follow through with it. So where it's going to go, maybe to the blue bowl over there.
Look, in the overall context of the game, it's still Paratutu well in front, but in terms of giving shots, Jury Hill a chance of getting back in the game, that bowl just has slightly changed the complexion. Let's see if Rosalie Ewan can play the shot.
But when you drop the 4, you don't want them getting back in the game, do you?
No, you sure don't. So here she goes. She's on that forehand side, right-hander, and looking for the jack.
Oh, she got it away.
Yeah, she's on a pretty good line.
Bit of weight.
She's going to hold.
She might take
She's got it. She's got it.
It's going to rattle around here.
Wow.
See, over to those red ones.
Well, that's very unlucky.
Yeah.
That's very, very unlucky. I mean, she got the result. She got what she was looking for, but she got the worst possible result with it ricocheting off that.
It's just unfortunate.
Those bowls. It's very unfortunate. But so 2 now.
Briar could be pretty close here, I think. No?
Yep, I think she's going to draw
lost,
another shot. Yeah,
lost vision.
Yeah, no, she's drawn the shot. I
can
tell
there
you
it is. Yeah.
So 3 now to Paratutu. So
that was, and this is what we mean when you drop a 4. You want to get your 4 back, and
that's right. So I think Rosalie needs to draw this. I think if she doesn't draw this, it might be just about shake hands time.
She could be a bit wide, I think, mate.
Oh yeah, I think she's fished this out. I don't know how much turn. It's coming now.
Oh, it's
coming back now. They're clapping. They're clapping. Oh yes, she draws the shot.
No,
well played.
It might be dead.
Is it in?
I think it's dead. I think it's dead. It's dead. Oh, you don't need an umpire for that. Time them, girls. Time limit.
No, well, it's not the players saying that. It's a spectator, Peter.
Was it?
Yes, it was a spectator.
Who said that?
Intervening. So one of the spectators sitting down here. So the bowler's out.
Yeah,
unfortunately. So that's 3 to.
Man, that's the problem with spectators on the side. She's on a good track again here. Might get a 4 here. The 4 they've dropped, and they're going to get a 4 back. What do you think?
All right, yeah.
Be pretty close.
Yeah.
That's 2 superb bowls.
4 it is.
Briar, that's 2 good bowls. You got your 4 back, and you made 19. They're going to shake hands now.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's all over. So it's Paratutu scoring 4 there, which puts them out to what we think is really an unassailable lead. 19-6 they after 11 of the 15 ends. So that's all over. And
got some more results.
The Jury Hill team just miss out on qualifying, so hard luck to them. Certainly put up a good effort, but in the end it was just the Paratutu team just a little bit too steady, and obviously Briar Atkinson, one of the real stars of our game. So we're gonna bring you some scores from Newland from the men's event. I don't quite have the context of all of these games, but we'll try and give that to you as well. So, in the game between Blair Barringer from Tyree and Phil Corney from Wanganui, Blair Barringer has won that game by 19 shots to 6. So that will be Blair Barringer qualifying. In the game between Kerry Becks, Kerry's from the Belfast Club in Canterbury, and it's been playing Adrian McGoey from Waihi Beach in Thames Valley. Kerry Becks has won that game 18-10, and Kerry will qualify. And in the final game there, which was an absolute cliffhanger, between Carl Van Hufton from Hikarangi in Northland and Nick Tomset from Mount Maunganui. Now, I think Nick had already qualified.
Nick Tomset.
I think Nick had already qualified. Yeah. Carl had the opportunity to qualify if he won that game, and the fans in Hikurangi in Northland will be pleased to know that Carl got up and won that game 15-14. So from that last round, 3 additional qualifiers: Blair Barringer from the Tyree Club in the Dunedin Centre, Kerry Becks from the Belfast Club in the Canterbury Centre, and one of the Canterbury selectors, I think Kerry is, and Carl Van Hufton from Hikurangi in Northland. Back here at the Royal Oak Club, those men's games being played at Newland, with all of the players coming together tomorrow for the final series here at Royal Oak. Back here we've seen the Jury Hill team skip by Rosalie Ewan, miss out 6-19 to Paratutu. Paratutu had already qualified. Briar Atkinson, Tina Atkinson-Watt, Jackie Moahu and Alicia Key. So we'll definitely see that Paratutu team featuring in the finals tomorrow. Unfortunate news for Rosalie Irwin's team that they've missed out. And as you can see across the green, we've still got a couple of games that are, a couple of teams battling it out for for qualification. And we have seen Tracy McRae, her team from Manawatu, from the Foxton and Beach Club in the Manawatu. There was Tracy McRae, Kay Irvine, Anne Smith and Anne Leslie. They've just missed out by 9 shots stayed against Lily O'Callaghan from Central Otago. I don't think Lily could qualify, so I think that's put Tracy out of the running in that game. The teams that you can see playing on rink 4, that's Wendy Green. Wendy is from the Nongataha Club in the Bay of Plenty Centre, and that's Wendy with the silver hair, and that's her opponent is Jenny Anderson from Picton. So I think both of those teams need this this game to qualify, so that'll be a real battle. And in the remaining game, we can just see one of the skips attacking. That's Leslie McClendon's team. They're from Bridge Park in Auckland. They are the team with the blue, with the teal shirts, and the team in the dark blue is the Johnsonville team, skipped by Paula Meredith. So we'll just try and bring you those scores in a minute.
I think that's it.
For those games, but stay tuned to the Bowls New Zealand site for the results on Bowls Hub, and also look at the Facebook page for those results in this Laser Eye Centre Champion of Champions competition. The last of the Champion of Champions. This season, except we've got our mixed pairs coming up. So the mixed pairs will be. So I'll just give you another update on those scores. So as I said, it was Lily O'Callaghan from Alexandra who beat Tracy McRae 9-8. It is Wendy Green from Nongataha who is leading Jenny Anderson 13-8 after 11 ends in that game. And in the final game, it's really down to the wire. Paula Meredith and her Johnsonville team are leading Leslie McClendon from Bridge Park 8-7. So look to the Bowls New Zealand Bowls Hub site or to the Facebook page for those results from the Women's Champion of Champion 4s and also from the Laser Eye Centre Men's Champion of Champion 4s. We'll be back with you tomorrow from 10:30 for 10 o'clock, and join the team then for commentary from the final series of the Laser Eye Centre Bowls New Zealand Champion of Champion 4s. On behalf of my co-commentator Peter Thorne, this is Brett O'Reilly and the Bowls New Zealand broadcasting team signing off. Thank you for joining us today, and tune in again tomorrow for some world-class bowls. Thank you.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy!